and welcome back to this week's episode of Crow Lane. I'm Jess, your humble dungeon master. That's it. Yep, you can find me on the internet at seriously or not. I'm probably not there. I don't really use the internet personally. I don't know about the rest of you. It's kind of old school. Anyway, passing on to my lovely cast to introduce themselves, starting off with Mara.
Hey everybody, my name is Mara. You can find me on the internet at Lore Dropout or College of Lore Dropout. You can also find me climbing ladders so you don't have to.
Okay. Yeah, no, I've never been that big of a fan of ladders, I guess. So thank you for your services, Mara.
You're welcome.
I'm passing it over to James.
Hi everybody, I'm James. I use she, they pronouns. You can find me some places at Nice One James, other places at TTRP Gay. It's a little plot hook from me to you. You're welcome. You can also find me frantically trying to do 3 months worth of LARP projects in 2 weeks because time is fake and I forgot.
That's valid. That'll be me prepping for the next episode for the next month. Passing it over to Diana.
Hi, I'm Diana. You can find me at Sapphic Dragonona, pretty much most places. You can also find my writing in Storybank. Keep jousting, please read it. I worked really hard. Or just generally complaining in public, because you should always complain in public, kids. Sometimes it gets you a discount on dice. Keep that in mind.
Oh, I don't think we have a discount on dice at all. That'll come later. Until then, Bree.
Hi everyone, my name's Bree. I use she, her pronouns. Support your local LGBTQ org. There's a lot of love towards the big ones right now, but there's a lot of great small local nonprofits doing incredible work in your community. That's my shout out.
Thank you, Bree. And last but not least, TT.
Hello everyone, I'm TT. I use they, any pronouns. Happy Pride. You can find me in places. TT Brett.
Thank you, TT. You can also follow Starlight Tales on social media. We are usually at Starlight Tales or Starlight Tales _. You can follow us over on Twitter for our weekly updates, announcements, and other kinds of shenanigans. You can also follow us on Instagram and TikTok for clips of old shows. And you can also watch previous VODs uploaded to our YouTube channel, including the rest of this campaign. If you have missed the first 2 acts, that's where you can catch up. You can also find us over on Patreon. If you would like to pledge at a number of different tier levels, you can have access to a number of different kinds of content, such as lore drops, early announcements for upcoming campaigns and one-shots. We do monthly live streams. We do campaign wrap-ups. We do Pride speed dating is something that's coming. And we do writing, fanfic, all of the crazy fandom content that we ourselves write because we're crazy people. We just end up putting on Patreon, so it's a fun time over there. Join us. You can also join us over on Discord. We have a fan Discord where you can chat about campaigns past and present with lots of other fans, and it's a great community over there. And if you would like a dice discount without complaining publicly, you can just use R1 for Die Hard Dice. Use code STARLIGHT10 for 10% off your order. And I think that's it for the announcements this week. So I'm going to pass it on over to our intro screen, and then we will get ready to start this week's episode. Last time on Crow Lane, we began beneath the very depths of the planet's surface in the lowest chamber of some ancient gold mines. Here the family stumbled upon hundreds of statuesque people encased in gold, as well as several cursed items at the center of an abandoned ritual. Here our crows found their minds twisted and their darkest truths revealed before making an extremely narrow escape as the chamber began to collapse. During their exit, Nadette spotted an ancient-looking gun at the bottom of the elevator shaft, which none of the family recognized. After a moment, taken to recover from the day's ordeal, the family regrouped at the house of their Aunt Sloane, who took some time to identify the magic items they discovered. It was here the family ascertained that some sort of necromantic soul-binding ritual had been enacted by a dark spellcaster, who now almost certainly had access to terrifying levels of magical power. And that is where we left our family. We pick up as the Crowcolts leave the house, the Ivy Lace house of Aunt Sloane. It's about it's getting to like 9 p.m. at night. Family, are you splitting up? Are you reconvening somewhere to continue your conversations? What would you like to do?
I think Rodella turns to everyone and is just kind of like, so, I think we have a few things to look into. Should that wait until the morning, or do we want to look into it tonight?
I think after the excursion, we'll just have a good night's rest might be helpful.
I agree. Yeah.
Rodella looks relieved.
Right. Reconvene at the house tomorrow.
I think that's a good idea.
We have to pick our kids up from kind of points at the deck. Are they at yours or at ours?
I believe they are at yours. Last I left off, they were outside and had just stopped to get some sweets that Sam made, so they should be at yours.
Right. And was that like a reasonable amount of time ago, so that like the sugar rush is past and they're tucked in bed, or was that like...
It was right before we came to Sloane's, so
Awesome.
probably
Perfect.
resting the edge. If you walk slow, it should be
What?
coming down.
Yeah, I don't think that would be a problem.
Yeah.
Alright, come on then.
See you all in the morning. Sit down.
Good night.
And yeah, let's follow Tenon and Rose and Nadette. Is anyone else going with them? Okay. As they make their way back to the Chrysalis cottage. I think you can hear the sounds of like children laughing and kind of like the running around of little feet. And you can even kind of hear like Naomi's kind of like bright pealing like toddler laugh above all the noise as you approach the house. And the scene you see before you as you open the door is the children, you know, looking fairly normal, and then you see Sam, who is dressed in was wearing the same kind of like t-shirt she was wearing earlier, but is now wearing a pair of Tennant's trousers with a pair of suspenders, and has a crudely drawn mustache scribbled on her face. And she's kind of like stomping around in these much too long trousers, which are kind of like she keeps kind of tripping on the cuffs of, and chasing these two twins around the house, with Naomi kind of like strapped to her front, also kind of doing a little bit of a dinosaur baby hand as they try to chase. And in a very gruff voice is going, "I'm gonna get you because I'm so big and scary." And it looks at all three of you, goes, "Oh fuck, hi."
I think Rose walks in and goes, "Tennant, I've been looking for you everywhere."
Tennant just stands and blinks, and then Aspen and Elwyn kind of skid back into the living room in front of you and go, "Mom, we've got a new dad."
What do you mean? He looks just like the old dad to me.
And then, barreling past you, run up to Nadette and go, Mom, come meet your husband," and start tugging on your hand and kind of like force your hand into Sam's and like force you to hold hands and go, see, look, now kiss.
I think Nadette is gonna just like run a quick hand over and like to have like Rose's like green hair, like switch their hair up to look kind of more like Rose's.
No, stop it. No.
And it's like, Oh, my love, how are you? Oh, it's been so long. Oh.
I don't sound like that.
Hello, wife. Kind of looks at Tennant. Sorry. It's so nice to see you. Tennant just fully turns around and just puts their head in their hands. And Sam kind of very... I don't know how to kiss you with this big mustache.
It's... Okay, yeah. Yep, right
The
there.
two kids going, kiss, 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 kiss.
Right there.
Mwah.
There it is.
Yay!
All right. You know, I'm gonna turn to the twins and be like, I used to write plays that your dad was in. You should write one and make him do it. He was a really good actor.
Tennant turns around and goes, enough.
I'll give you some of the scripts so you can have them rehearsed later.
The twins promptly kind of like turn around to the real Rose and Tennant and just kind of like plant their little hands on like your lower halves and trying to push you out the door and go, bye, we have our parents now. Hi, bye.
Oh, okay.
And Elwood turns around and grabs you, Nadette, and goes, please, can you sleep over? Please. And you can be, it'd be so funny.
Gonna kind of look up at Sam and then be like, I'll tell you what. If you can put on a performance so mind-blowingly good, be it musical, theatrical, whatever, then I will let you sleep over at my house.
No, you have to sleep here. You have to sleep here because it's like a swap. Please,
ask your parents, ask your real parents what they say, and if not tonight, some night. Then I promise.
They kind of both like turn and look at Rose and Tennant with these big eyes. Please, can we do a swap?
Oh, now I'm your mum, am I? When you want something. I think I just look at
with
Tennant.
knobs on. Tennant, who was just exhausted from like the general ordeal of the day, just kind of like, what is the arrangement? Are you kicking me out of my own house? And Aspen goes, just for tonight. Don't be dramatic.
I think I like turn to Tennant a little bit so the kids can hear and go, it'd be really nice, I think, to get a shower without them here. Just a thought, just something to consider.
Okay, tell you what, I'm gonna go back. I'm gonna go to my house, the other house, just for one night, and you be good. Kind of gives a little bit of a furrowed look at Sam, who still is just kind of trying to find different ways to cover this pen mustache on her face. Are you alright with this? Yeah, it's fine. Go on, have fun. No, you've had a great... I'm so sorry. It's permanent, I think. I don't know how to take it off. Okay. Alright, you have to be good, yeah? Yes! They'll start jumping up and down. Sleep over!
I'm gonna
what
eat
did we say
everything
to
in your
Dad?
fridge.
What?
What do we say to Dad?
Thank you!
You go.
Alright, well, have fun.
You too.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah.
Am I allowed to get pajamas from my own house? Am I just stuck
This
here
is your
now?
house, Rose. I don't know what you're talking about.
Yes, we can show you to Mom's pajamas. Come on, start dragging
Yeah, I'm
you down
sure
the
both
hallway.
your parents really want me digging through their bedroom. Yeah.
Baby,
Alright, let's
don't.
do this.
You still have half your clothes here anyway, Nadette.
Well, yeah, you didn't build my closets big enough. It's not my fault.
Right, I'll get on that. Yeah. Okay. All right. Please be good. Let us know if you need anything. Okay. Yeah, it kind of turns to Rose. Did our children just replace us?
Yeah.
Does that make us bad parents?
Honestly, if I didn't desperately want a shower so bad, I think I would be upset about it, but I do very desperately want a shower. So,
Okay. Yeah.
does
no,
that
that's
make me a
fine.
terrible mother?
No, I
That's
actually
okay.
would love some alone time.
Yeah.
Does that make me a terrible father?
We can sleep in tomorrow. No, I don't think so.
go before they change their mind. Go. Speed walk out of the house. We'll leave them there for a minute. Ruby, Reva, Adela, where do you head back to?
I think we just head back to the manor.
Yeah?
Yeah, I think Reva's gonna go to her happy place, which is her workstation and her office and her desk.
Makes sense.
I think
Ruby?
I think Ruby goes into her room and starts like unpacking her bag of like shit for, you know, spelunking, and then starts repacking it with other stuff like Dorithian version of like night vision goggles, a fucking camera, like just all this other crap. And starts kind of like repacking her bag and her like Batman utility belt. Yeah. I'm going.
I think if Rodella, one second. I think if Rodella hears any rummaging around, I think she's gonna kind of like.
Yeah.
Are you going to bed?
I think like with just, you know, a bunch of crap like laid out on her bed as she's like methodically packing it. Yeah, I'm going right to sleep. For sure. Mm-hmm.
You do realize that sleep might be beneficial.
Could be equally beneficial.
To general brain function.
Right. I think equally beneficial might be staking out the print shop and figuring out who the fuck's been messing around in there and, you know, possibly interfering with our lives. Maybe, you know, intervening if they decide to go start spreading around more periodicals. That sort of thing.
I think Rodella's face instantly, like the teasing expression drops. And I think she kind of shuffles her feet a little bit and kind of glances at the stuff on the bed. Would you like help?
You think I need help?
I think that was more an ask for me.
You've had a rough day. I won't make you work for it. Yeah, sure.
Appreciate it. I'll meet you at the front.
Right. We'll kind of go back to packing up her bag.
I think Rodella slips down to Reva's office.
I think you definitely see like the light like peeking underneath the floors, especially if it's like turning into night. Like lights are still on.
Yeah.
And you'd probably hear like the rummaging of books, and probably the scratch of papers, probably some like, I don't know, work from home has turned me into a person that like talks to myself while I'm working at my desk, but like also cursing to myself, like, where the fuck did I put that? Or just you hear sort of like the sort of musings on of someone looking for answers.
I think without knocking, Rodella walks in.
You probably.
And I think she automatically points. It's right there.
Fucking shit. And I think I go grab my pair of like reading glasses that you've just pointed out. And put them back on.
Is this your plan for the rest of the night?
Look, I don't know what's going on with that pistol. I don't know what's going on with this gold. Missives have to be sent. On top of that, everyone's been doing their best to try to manage all of our current operations, but we have 1,001 things going on that I've been putting on hold to tackle this. Books to balance, sign-offs to sign off on, purchase orders, accounts to review.
Do I need to remind you that you got zapped by statues today and drained of all of your vitality?
No, my body is perfectly capable of reminding me of all of that.
I shouldn't be scolding because I'm also going to be staying up, so. Having a little mother-daughter date.
Oh, what are you up to?
Yeah. You're going to stake out the print shop.
It's a good idea.
I'm taking a little bit of time for myself tonight.
I think to that, I think Riva smiles a little bit and looks over to you and just says, I'm proud of you.
Rodella looks so sheepish. Yeah.
Let me know if you find anything or if you encounter anything.
I will.
Are you going to tell her?
If the opportunity presents itself, I don't know. Honestly, I should probably tell them all at the same time. Just get one and done. Don't particularly want to tell it more than once. Don't want to tell it at all. But
Okay. What do you think is best?
I don't know what's best.
You always have a habit of finding out. And I think I want to, like, sidle up close and do a little peck on the cheek.
I think as you kind of like come in, Rodella just wraps her arms around you just to kind of like keep you there and kind of rests her head on your shoulder. And I think she just kind of says, I thought that was a chapter that was closed.
Well, there's a lot of chapters that we thought were closed that we've left.
Yeah. Why does it? It feels like a fresh cut.
I think to this, I think Riva sort of like straightens up a little bit and looks you directly in both eyes. And sort of implores you to continue.
I thought the years, the distance, I don't know if I shut it down so hard that I didn't process. I don't know.
You know, the funny thing is, I don't think we ever do really heal.
That's a sad thought.
Is it though? And I think to that, I like caress the side of your face with your mechanical eye.
Well, I guess if we're trying to open up, start anew, I think I always wanted the kids to know me. I guess I just didn't think that they needed to know me before they knew me. You can't really cut that part out, can you?
Our pasts are who we are. All of our mistakes. Especially all of our mistakes. And they'll still love you. God, your mistakes aren't nearly as bad as mine.
That's debatable. Different brands, different flavors.
Something like that.
All equally messy.
I don't know, you're not the one who set off a candle today and got zapped.
No, that was, yep. I did tell you with my eyes.
I want to take, like, probably my hand that's still smarting and has, like, bits of that sort of, like, necrotic, like the hand that was just, like, zapped or whatever. And use zap doesn't feel like the right word, but there's an intrusive little thought where I just want to, like, boop your nose with my, like, burnt, like, scarred hand in response to that. Like, yep.
Rodella just squints at you like, and I think at that point she, like, releases the hold that she's had around your waist. And then I think she pecks you on the cheek and I will see you in the morning, love.
Don't do anything I would do.
Oh, God. She walks out.
And I think, like, Riva walks to her desk with sort of, like a sort of, like, slightly sort of sour face, I think. Sort of feeling sad that, I don't know, Rodella's going through it.
Let's return to Rose and Tennant on their walk up back to the main estate. You guys talking about anything? Doing anything?
I think like a minute of silence passes, and then Rose will kind of just like lean in very casually and just, no, if we're sleeping in tomorrow, we should probably tell the customers at the flower shop not to pick up the orders too early.
Right, yeah.
All kinds of complaints and just be a PR nightmare, really. So
it would, yeah. No, weekend rush and all that. Yeah.
Maybe get someone to put up a sign or something, maybe.
I'll make one.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Tonight?
Old one's falling
sure?
apart. Yeah, easy.
Always on the grind.
Yeah, well, that's me, you know.
Yeah.
The life of a flower shop manager never stops.
So difficult. So hard. Really underestimated, I think, how hard and difficult that would be. But
yeah,
worth it, I suppose.
Yeah.
I think just like squeezes your hand a little bit.
Squeezes it back and kind of like just opens their mouth to say something, and then you get a series of consecutive buzzes in your back pocket as your phone repeatedly kind of like goes off again and again with multiple texts.
I think Rose like closes her eye and lets out a sigh and says a silent prayer to like any universal force that's listening that the text messages aren't. Please come back. We've taken it all back. Come spend time with your sugar-addled children. And then we'll like pull it out and very nervously take a look at it.
You just have a bunch of very excitable texts from your brother Lark going, "Oh my god, what is that? Is that Castellan? 10 question marks. Oh my god, what does it say? Never mind, you won't know. Let me figure it out. Give me 24 hours. Oh my god, this is so exciting. Where did you find it?" Just like again and again and again. Yeah.
I think Rose, seeing that it's not a please come back and watch your children, audibly goes, "Oh, thank God." And then we'll just type out like a half awake, and I'll kind of give like, how much of it? I'm gonna say, long story, found it very deep underground under our house. Think it's related to the person who's fucking our shit up. Everything's fine. Take the time you need. Thank you. In all caps. Love you.
You get a text back going, "Weird, fun, excellent." And then you get a second text that is, BTW, and then in parentheses, "by the way." Have sent a book to your library and tabbed some pages of interest that might be helpful.
I think Rose types out ILYSM, parentheses, "I love you so much." A heart emoji.
Excellent. I think Ted follows all of this, kind of like reaches the front door and kind of... Sorry, don't want to interrupt.
No, chivalry's alive and well, my goodness. And we'll stash the phone and walk in.
Where do you...
Sorry?
Where'd you go?
That's a good question.
That was the most tired Rose face I've ever seen.
That was also me, James, trying to figure out if that was an in-character question or not, and my 1 hour of sleep just sort of blue screening the entire thought process.
No, so Lark has sent a book to like the estate library, so you can go pick it up, or you can leave that for the morning. You can go straight to get ready for bed and shower and all of that.
I will go pick it up because I think Rose, at this point, is not counting on shit and wants something solid in her hands. And we'll just, Lark sent something to the library. I'm just gonna run and pick it up. You're welcome to come if you'd like, but I can also meet you in your room.
I can come to the library. Against, popular consensus, I can actually read. So I will accompany you to the library.
A little defensive though for someone who can.
No, I just thought it beggars, it warrants saying because there's been multiple accusations against us. Anyway,
I just want to be clear. I never thought you couldn't read.
Thank you. I can. I can.
I know. I do. Like I just said, I do. Okay. But the more you say it, the more worried I get that you're actually sort of concealing.
Just took me a minute to learn. That's fine.
That's okay.
Right.
So the library, then, the place with all the books that you can read.
Right, all the books that I can read. I could pick any one of them. I could read it, honestly.
I won't, because I believe you. But good to know. File that away.
Okay, let's go.
Go look for this book.
The Crowcolt Estate Library is on the ground floor. It is a large, grand room with these dark, kind of mahogany shelves filled with leather-bound, fabric-bound books of every shape and size. There is no discernible order to how these books are organized. That you get the intent, like the implication, and have done for as long as you've lived here, that there is a very specific ordering and category system. How these books are, you don't know. It's not alphabetical. It doesn't feel categorical.
Love that.
No idea.
Haunting.
But what there is, as you kind of like enter on your left, there has always been like almost like a little like magical post box where you can, you know, books come and go and are exchanged, and you see it kind of like giving off like a faint kind of like magical radiance as you enter the library.
Yeah, I will head over to that post box first and foremost.
Yes.
Take a peek
Inside is a large purple leather-bound book, with kind of like bound with this like very pretty kind of like belt, and inscribed on the front in this kind of like silver calligraphy is "Malevolent Fae, a compendium of dark enchantments and wicked beings."
Ooh, I think because it's been a long day and Rose at this point is getting a little punchy from the energy in the studio, I think we'll take out the book, cover every word except for malevolent, and turn it towards Stan and go, quick test, what's that?
Violent. Shut up! I can read! It's just got... Why are those words together in that order? The letters don't make... Malevolent.
Okay. Close. Malevolent.
You said you would test me.
I did.
You lied.
Not intentionally, it was sort of a spur of the moment situation.
Give me that. Take the book out of your arms.
All right. Yeah, give it a crack it open. Well,
out of the edges of it are kind of like silver foiled, and sticking out of them are a couple of like little tabs, which look like little oak leaves. And Tennant kind of like flicks to the first kind of like page that's been tabbed and kind of like cracks it open. Phantasmal. See, phantasmal pixies. Did you not? We don't have a pixie infestation.
Oh, I know. I think there's sort of a lot of. There were other words in the front. I just sort of covered them so you didn't get overwhelmed by the number of words in the front.
Thank you.
You're welcome. That came out a little bitchier than I intended it to.
Yeah, what the fuck's wrong with you?
I'm sorry. It's been a very long day, and
yeah,
I'm in winter, and sometimes
there.
things just sort of come out of my mouth bitchier than I intended to. We've been married for 10 years.
I love that about you. Just no, it's fine. It's just sometimes it's directed at me.
Sorry.
And I accept that. It's part of the package. It's fine. Love you very much. Do you want to read this? Not because I can't, but I just can't be asked.
No, and that's fair. I didn't really expect this to be like your preferred subject material, not because I don't think you can, but just because, you know, reading about malevolent fae doesn't really seem... We all have our areas of expertise. I'm not... You think I'm malevolent?
I don't know what that word means.
It's not good, I'll tell you that.
Oh, okay.
It's sort of like evil.
In like a sexy way? Because we could... Like, an argument could be made... No, it's fine.
Uh-huh. No, keep going. I can almost see you down in that big hole you're digging for yourself.
Like in a girl boss way. Do you know what I mean?
Right. Evil fae in a girl boss way. It rhymes, and you get points for that, I think.
Would that not prescribe
I'll sort of like tuck it in my pocket for like a fallback. If the whole like loving, doting wife and mother in future trophy wife of a criminal empire doesn't work out, I'll sort of keep it in the pocket. It's just sort of like really intensely evil, but like in a sexy way.
Yeah,
it's good to have backup plans, you know.
Yeah, I support you in whatever path you wish to go down. You know that.
I appreciate that. Do you think I'm in this book? Should I look?
It would be quite funny.
It would be a really good bit. Lark did send it, so I'm gonna say probably not. I think it would give them too much anxiety to do it as a bit. But we can find out.
I actually, I did actually learn how to bind books, so I could.
Did you?
I could add some pages in there.
That's actually really cool.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's actually way harder than it looks.
It sounds hard, so
yeah, you have to like get everything lined up really well. Otherwise, it's just very annoying.
Yeah.
We should read the book.
Probably.
Okay.
And I think I'll just like, if there's like chairs in here, I think I will just like, not hard, but like a little playfully like yank him down into a chair and start flipping through the pages.
Sure, you kind of like settle into this kind of like love seat little thing in the corner. The page that Tennant opened it up on is an entry for phantasmal pixies. They're described as these tiny winged fae. They delight in causing confusion and chaos. Their wings shimmer with this ghostly light. Their laughter is often the only warning of their presence. And they inhabit enchanted groves and fairy rings, and they use their magic to leave kind of innocent travelers astray. What Lark has kind of highlighted for you here is a number of abilities to do with illusion and glamours and things like that. I think you can start to get the idea that he's kind of listened to the sort of magic that you've been dealing with and kind of cherry-picked a number of different fae for you to look at that have, abilities relating to this. So yeah, these phantasmal pixies, as the name suggests, have the ability to cast a spell Phantasmal Force. They create a lot of kind of like illusions to lure and trick people and sometimes harm people. The next entry that you look at is a fae called a Nightmare Sovereign. This fae is described as a dark fae entity that reigns supreme within the darkest depths of mortal dreams. They're usually clad in these shadowy robes, and they exude an aura of palpable dread. Their eyes are kind of usually glowing crimson, and they basically exist to instill fear and despair in the dreams of living mortals. So again, has highlighted a number of abilities with it kind of has its main skill is its mastery of dream magic, can exert control over the dreams of others, manipulate dreamscape environments to conjure illusions, implant suggestions into the subconscious minds of its victims, things like that. There's a couple more entries that are highlighted. One is called a Frost Reaper. This is basically entitled as the chilling embodiment of winter's fury. So it's a fate creature that haunts the frozen realms. And I think, again, there's a little note in the margin in Lark's handwriting that said, wallow snow. And I think he's remembering the kind of like story you said of the first time that you encountered Wallow, and when he kind of appeared in a flurry of snow and then dissolved into snow again. So it's highlighted this one for you. Also uses, lots of frost, snow, aesthetic spells, but also Masters of Illusion as well. Create realistic blizzards that confuse and disorientate their foes. This ability functions similarly to the spell Major Image. So creates illusions out of snow. Then there is a big section that Lark has kind of like highlighted on hags. And there's a number of different hags that he's kind of circled here. There are 4 main types of hags that he's identified, which is the green hag, the night hag, the sea hag, and the anise hag. They all have different abilities, but you see again, consistent across all of them is their penchants. Is that the word?
Penchant?
Their penchant for illusory magic again. Yeah, extreme formidable spellcasters. Magic centers around illusion, trickery, manipulation, and then highlights this passage in its description that says, hags grow in power by making sinister deals with vulnerable mortals and entrapping lost souls. And so, again, little note in the margin, soul magic. Hags are malevolent, twisted fae creatures born from acts of profound evil.
Yeah, I think that Rose gets about halfway through this, pulls out the phone, and just sends a thank you to Lark again. And just sort of like scrolls through, and I think is exhausted and can't fully take stock of this, but like reads enough that she's like, okay, there's a baseline here, and when I'm a person again, this is gonna be something. And we'll just kind of, okay, alright, yeah, maybe. I'm not in here, which is deeply unfortunate. But
that can be corrected.
Right, yeah. As soon as I'm done trying to solve all of the family mysteries and danger and all of that.
Oh, single-handedly? Yeah?
Oh, of course. Obviously.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, you seem busy. So.
I am. I have flower
Bookbinding.
orders to fulfill.
And bookbinding.
bookbinding.
We could open a bookstore.
Oh my god. That sounds really aesthetically pleasing. Flower shop and a bookstore next to each other.
Yeah, perfect. Just need a coffee shop and it's done.
It'll make one of your like romance novels that you read. It'll make a really good one.
I don't know what you're talking about. That doesn't sound like me. Anyway, I think that this, I'm gonna look at, I don't really have a brain cell at the minute, but hopefully I will wake up with one. Universe.
Okay.
But, yeah, maybe. I mean, I'm sort of hoping that it's none of these, and that maybe it is the pixies. That sounds easy to deal with, right?
It's not. It just on gut instinct. It's not pixies.
Have you even ever met a pixie? What do you know about
Yeah,
pixies?
loads.
What do you know? Yeah?
They're small and annoying. Right?
Okay. Yeah. Why are you saying right? You've encountered loads, so why would you?
Exactly.
That's me. Okay. So I'll scratch that one off the list. Any interacting with any hags? And if you make a joke about me, I might send me over the edge. Just to be clear. And where I'm at.
No, because there is no entry with you in there. So
Right.
no, never.
Okay. Right. Well, we could sort of go over this in the morning. I think once we've showered and slept.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, and I think while we're in here, I'm not going to get up, but I would love to in this library, because I know the family was talking about looking for a book that had the word Midas in it. I would love to, I think, reach into my pocket in like a classic mom fashion and pull out a little snack and cast Kalara's Tiny Tome Finders. And let me roll for it. How many d4 is it? 1d4. You roll for my little guys. That's a 3. And I'm gonna summon 3 teeny tiny little, like, I think right now they're like kind of silver snowy crows to go search this library. And I'm just gonna give all 3 of them the keyword Midas and see what they find in this library. And
Okay.
for the best.
These 3 really beautiful crows kind of like emerge from your magic. One kind of like immediately goes to perch on one of Tennant's horns and you're like, fucking hell?
Be nice.
And swats at it and it flutters off. And they kind of like, in a kind of 3-pronged fashion, kind of like swoop over the shelves of these books, which are set up into these kind of like neat aisles. And you see kind of like almost like a flurry of like magical snow kind of like fall from their wings and dust over the tops of these books. And they start circling the library. And every now and again, this kind of whole process lasts maybe like 3 or 4 minutes. And then maybe once or twice, one of the crows kind of like dips down into one of the... why am I losing the word for like library related things? Yeah, shelves, aisles, whatever. Dips down, but quite quickly emerges up again and rejoins the kind of circling up above. But after about 3 or 4 minutes, they all kind of like return to you and kind of like give you these like little bows, but empty-handed.
Okay. I think Rose will just... okay, well, looks like whatever book Nadette was talking about isn't here. And I can't decide if that's good news or bad news, so it's going to be neutral news in my book. That is true.
Okay.
That's probably fine. That's normal.
Probably. It was probably making it up. She makes things up for attention.
That doesn't sound like Nadette.
It sounds exactly like that.
I don't know what you're talking about.
Okay.
Okay.
Should we go shower?
I would love that. Yeah, I have too much dust in my hair.
Okay. Kind of offer their elbow to you.
Yeah. Take his arm and tuck the book under my other arm.
My evil fae wife and a very sexy
Oh my
girl
God,
also.
stop. We're not going to make it to the shower if you keep that out.
Oh. Now we'll leave Rose and Tennant there. Let's circle back to Nadette and Sam and crew. How are you wrangling these children to bed?
I've given up getting them in their bed.
You've just given up.
So I think what happened is, to burn off the energy, we turned the entire living room into like a massive blanket fort, and so they're all like kind of in a pile in the blanket fort in the living room, like on the couch cushions on the floor, getting snuggled up for bed. It's been the move tonight.
I think Aspen is in like a glittery purple tutu.
Yep. Anything can be pajamas. That's a hill I will die on.
Oh, Alwyn is in their nicest pajamas with you know, little unicorns kind of printed all over them, buttoned all the way up to the collar. I think is currently having their hair neatly plaited into 2 little pigtails by Sam, who has still not been able to scrub the moustache off of their face. It's just has given up also. And Aswan is in the middle of giving you a performance as it was so requested.
Yes.
But instead of kind of like your classic ballet performance, they're just kind of doing a little bit of like a headbang and just kind of like invisible air guitar.
Right.
And then I think finishes with like an electric slide and then wow.
You should take that show on the road.
Why?
Because it's so good, everyone will want to see it.
But it's private. It's only for you.
Oh, well, I feel so lucky to have a private showing of the greatest show in the world.
Yeah.
Go get
What
some
do I get?
water.
How much?
How much?
Yeah, shows are not for free.
The price was me sleeping over, first of all. But
what about an end of year bonus?
Come here. Get all up in her face a little bit. And be like push your head back and be like, you have something in your nostril. I'm gonna go kind of poke at it, and I'm gonna pull out a teeny tiny rubber duck and hand it to her.
Oh my god! That was
in
not
there.
up my nose.
I don't know. Well, will you accept it as an offering?
Everyone looks over and goes, ew! You had that up your nose. No, I didn't! I didn't!
You want it?
No, not if it was up my nose.
It was only up your nose in the sense that everything could be up your nose if you try hard enough. But don't try it because I'll get in trouble with your mum.
Like what?
Like doll shoes, pencils, crayons. Again, don't try it or I'm going to be in so much trouble and then I won't be able to sleep over again.
I did put a colouring pencil up my nose once and it gave me a blue tongue.
Please take this out of my hand.
Ellen puts a palm out and goes, I'll add it to the collection.
Alright. And with that, I think everyone gets a cup of water bottle. Get a water bottle actually instead, because that has a lid, thinking ahead. And then, come on, we'll snuggle in.
Kind of, you give them their water, and you take them to their little rooms, this kind of like forest woodland setup with these kind of like cute little like twin beds that look like they're kind of made out of these like tree roots with a canopy of flowers kind of hanging from the ceiling. And Eloin kind of like snuggles under the covers. Sam diligently tucks Aspen in, and Aspen's kind of like tucked like a sausage and it's like, tighter! It's like, okay, my gosh.
I'm just gonna take a quick picture of tucking them into bed and just text that to Ruby and just say like, got babysitting duty, can we explore more of the tunnels in the morning? Just so I didn't know when we were gonna go, but just so Ruby knows I'm unavailable.
Thumbs up react, and good fucking luck.
Eloin kind of pipes up as you kind of tuck her in the bed and goes, well, Mom always reads us a story before we go to bed.
Always,
and as you are our mom,
forever.
that
Right,
you have
green
to.
hair.
It's the rule. You do, yes. Could you make my hair green?
Just gonna pat her on the head and cast like minor illusions, so it's not actually green, but you know, it looks green for an hour. Yeah.
Aspen goes, what? I want green hair! I want green hair!
Bop him on the head too. There you go.
Start wiggling in a little sausage cocoon.
How about I tell you a story?
But I
Instead
have
of reading?
so many books.
Okay, well, which one? Point on your shelf.
They're in a secret spot.
Well, how am I supposed to read you a book if I can't find it?
You have to close your eyes.
Is it under your mattress?
Who told Aspen? And Aspen goes, I didn't say anything.
It wasn't
Aspen!
I have special auntie powers that helps me read your mind once a day. And so I did it for that. Only once.
Just once?
Just once per day. I can read your mind.
Okay.
This was great effort, so not always. Kind of look at Sam like, I just shot myself in the foot so
Sam's
hard.
like looking at you like, how?
You're like, okay, let me kind of like lift it up, kind of sort of roll over, like go digging under there.
Ellen does do a little bit of a barrel roll towards the side of the bed, and you peel out one corner of this mattress, and you see a number of clearly highly coveted, very special books to Elwyn. There is one little handmade book that's on the front, kind of in like hand letters, is The Pirate and the Princess, clearly something that Tennant made for her a long time ago. And there is a much older looking book, just a small little leather one, and in gold calligraphy, very highly reflective writing, it says, The Midas Curse.
I'm gonna grab it and The Pirate and the Princess and like any books under there and just kind of slide them all out in one heap and try really hard not to draw any attention to the Midas book, and I'm just gonna try and snag that after they sleep. Just kind of like pick a couple off the pile, like, all right, which ones?
Immediately, Elwyn points at the Midas book and goes, that one, that one,
Yeah,
that one.
I was worried you were going to choose that one. I don't know, it looks really long for bedtime.
It's not, and it's really interesting. It has a really interesting story.
All right, fine. Where did you get this
Aspen's
one?
still in the sausage, like, what? Let me see, which one? Which one?
Hold it up.
Oh, yeah!
Where did you, get this book?
I don't know, it's always been here, I think.
I think actually it was mine once. Back in the day.
Really?
Yeah.
Aspen goes, it does look kind of old.
I'm gonna let that one slide.
Sam's like covering her mouth, trying not to laugh. Nadette, you do realize, looking at this book, although the pages do feel similarly to the documents that you uncovered in the printing press that morning, they do feel made of that kind of like thick parchment, but they do not seem to have the same like fragility or wear and tear. In fact, the binding of this book is perfectly intact, and you realize that thread through the binding are these stitches in these like, you know, highly reflective gold, and kind of like interlaced throughout the book are these stitches and like just little like filigree elements of gold.
Just gonna pull out one of the threads and see if it breaks.
It kind of like snaps quite easily off in your hand, and then immediately regrows and loops back in.
All right. Yeah, you've read this book before, right? Not gonna curse you, probably. All right, let's do it.
Aspen from her bed goes, you have to do the voices! You have to do the voices!
Okay, we'll do the voices. It's gonna kind of position herself on Elwyn's bed. It kind of turns, can show pictures, and we'll start reading. Trepidation.
Would you like to read this book, Mara, or would you like me to read it?
I would. Then I can do the voices.
You can indeed.
We all get to sit for a bedtime story.
Yay! Oh God. Okay. Oh God. Okay. Here we go. All right. Settle in. Once upon a time, in a land of old, lived a king with a love for glittering gold. Though richest of all, he wanted more, a hunger for wealth he couldn't ignore. One day his greed caught a powerful eye, a fiend well versed in tricks and lies. "I'll grant you a wish," the fiend did say. "What does your heart desire today?" The excited king could not hold back. "I wish for gold, a limitless stack. Wherever I gaze, let the wealth flow, and cast the land in a golden glow." "You'll have your wish," the fiend agreed, "but there's one thing that I will need." He smiled, his scheme so cunningly planned. "Grant me a home in your palace so grand." "Of course," said the king, with greed in his eye. "My home is yours, a splendid prize." "It's a deal," said the fiend with a nod of his head, and thus the magic began to spread. True to his word, where'er the king gazed, gold would appear in a dazzling blaze. The riches poured, and his heart deemed. But the truth was not all as it seemed. The king's wish was a curse, not a delight. Gold choked the earth and brought forth a blight. As famine spread, people's anger grew, cursing the king and his golden view. Fearing revolt, the king did plea, "I beg you, fiend, please save me." The fiend then split the land in twain, tearing castle from kingdom and ending his reign. Furious, the king wailed with despair, "What's my gold worth with no one to care?" As one last lesson, the fiend paged the king's soul, turning the monarch into a statue of gold. Upon gilded lands, the fiend built his lair, forever watched by the king's golden stare. A tale of caution I've left in this tome, of a kingdom where greed, at last, found its home.
Yay!
Thank you, yes. Well, I wasn't active for a while, so.
And then these guys, I really like how you characterized the fiend and his greed.
Thank you.
That was some really interesting choices.
You. I really appreciate that. I really value your feedback.
Aspen,
All right.
Again!
No, it's bedtime. All right.
Aw.
Yay, bedtime. Yeah, I don't like bedtime either, but it is time for bed. All right.
Okay, you two. Excitement over. Kind of like looks at you in a depth of like, that was a weird fucking story. Doesn't otherwise doesn't think about it. Kind of leans down, gives them both a kiss on the forehead. Good night, children.
Yeah.
That was
Good night, my subjects. Good night.
Good night. And Sam kind of like dips out of the room.
Close the door. The book's still in my hand.
Interesting choice. Just gonna put this one down. Naomi wide awake, just kind of like shimmying.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, good luck. Good luck with that.
Oh, she's good. Sometimes she just like turns into a plant, and then I don't really have to worry about it.
Screw that. Yeah.
But we
Did you
haven't
do a
done
rock?
that today, have we? Oh, I did deal with the rock for about 5 minutes, but that's okay. That's okay, isn't it?
All right. Kind of let Sam put Naomi down, and I'm gonna like read through the book a couple more times, and I think like Nadette is like scared that this will somehow change or be different or something, so I think Nadette copies it down onto like another sheet of paper, and like tucks that in the boobs, so it's safe, and just kind of wait for Sam to come out from the nursery.
Yeah, she kind of comes back down. Face is a bit redder than it was before, as if she's freshly scrubbed it. The moustache is a little bit more faded, still very much on the upper lip. Can we prestidigitate this off or like anything? Like it's just marker. It's just like not move.
Yeah, I've got you. I'm just gonna like very gently kind of rub my thumb over her upper lip and just kind of cast prestidigitation to kind of clean it up, and then as soon as it's gone, I'm gonna sneak in with a smooch.
Oh,
There you go.
okay. I'll forgive the fact that you could have done that 2 hours ago.
You didn't ask 2 hours ago. I don't know. Maybe you liked it.
Maybe I did. Maybe I did. It's fine. Doesn't mean anything.
Okay.
How are you? Oh.
Well,
Yeah.
you know, normal family stuff continues to be haunted, kind of. Almost got trapped in mines under the planet. Wild that there's mines here. I already gave her like a brief overview of everything that happened, but we'll just do that. And you know, Midas, and look what's under the bed.
Who?
So, you know, we just read the book of Midas, and there's Midas Enterprises down there, so.
Oh, shit. Oh, okay. Oh.
Yeah.
Kind of
And
like,
we were looking for this book all day. All day.
oh, this
under
is
the
the book you wanted me to find.
Yeah.
And Owen had it under her bed?
Yeah. Well, we went to Sloane's, and Sloane just, you know, in a true Sloane fashion, was like, the thing you're looking for is under the mattress. Oh. And
Right.
there it was.
Crazy. Okay, well, weird. So,
Yeah.
the Midas Enterprises was named after a book?
I don't know. I have to do some digging. Which,
I thought you
Bring-
did that. Okay.
yeah, well,
Mind
digging
check
never
for you.
stops.
Yeah, it's okay.
Yeah. Save that one for Ruby, because Ruby did turn into a badger to actually, like, dig. So,
Oh, okay.
you should
You
save
think
that
it
one.
won't
Keep
come
that
up?
in lock. You could try it.
Okay.
I do have 2 questions for you. One,
Yeah.
well, I don't know how much you're going to like either of these. First, it's about the history of Drithium, and a certain ex-husband was from here and is a pirate,
I've
and they
never
do
been
stuff
married.
with...
I don't know what you're talking about.
No, that's so true. There's no way you think he would know anything that I should reach out, not as myself, obviously. But, you know, pirates, gold, just to see if there's any rumors he might be aware of, or anyone on the crew, if you were in fact married, which you never were.
Right. So, hypothetically, if I was married to
Right?
a man,
Yeah.
probably just doesn't sound like the sort of person who would really have any sort of introspection outside of themselves,
Mm-hmm.
or pay any attention to their surroundings, historical or not. So probably just hazard a guess, no.
Okay, good. I did think so, but I don't know. I wanted to double check, and I didn't want to like reach out without talking to you, because that'd be weird.
I just don't think it would be worth it. I think there's probably other people you can ask on who've lived on Drithium their whole lives, you know?
Yeah, good point.
Yeah.
Second question. What was that about kids earlier today? Just it was a quick throwaway, but I would love to circle back.
What about them?
You were like, oh yeah, I want them. Bye. Kind of.
Not now, just, you know, I have fun. I really like the girls, and you know, I make quite a good dad. Yeah, I don't know. It's a long way, obviously, I know, but you know, I don't know. I've never wanted that before. Probably because I was hypothetically married to an arsehole.
Yeah. Hypothetically.
Hypothetically, because who would do that? I don't know. Don't worry about it. Did it stress you out? Did you?
No, it just
Because
because never pregnant. Me? No, ever,
Oh.
never.
okay.
Million years? No. But if you or adopt or take in or
Yeah. There's
yeah,
options. Love options.
or surrogate or donor
Wow. Yeah.
or
Yep.
just kind of
Like I
keeps
said, options.
listing. Yeah.
That's okay. We don't need to list all of them. That's right.
Okay. Well, I was just we should talk about it for real someday.
Yeah.
Maybe.
Probably let's not do the Aunt Sloan route and do like weird dark magic fucky shit, because they did end up with some strange kids. Lovely,
Yeah,
lovely kids. That
amazing.
sounds awful.
No,
lovely
yeah.
kids. Just maybe not. Like there are, steps we can take beforehand.
Yeah. Okay. Well, I never saw myself with like a baby.
Oh.
But if that's something you really want, I will need time. But I think I could want that too.
Okay.
Okay.
Well, I don't want to. If that's not something you, that's fine.
I just didn't ever think about it. I kind of always assumed I would be sort of like a slutty hermit, and then along the way would just kind of take in children who needed a place to go, and it would just kind of be me and like a bunch of children who had, just needed someone. So I never thought about it beyond that. Yeah.
Well, I don't want to, hold you back from your dreams of being a slutty hermit.
No, those dreams are officially dead. Yeah, no. No.
Okay.
No, I think I've found who I would much rather be with forever.
Okay. Great.
Okay. Then when it's time to talk about it, later, when we're both good, then we will.
Later! Way later. Yeah.
Yeah. I hope we don't get haunted tonight.
Oh. Shit, I forgot about that. Sorry, what happened twice in a row.
No. What are the odds?
What are the odds? Maybe I should have kept the mustache. Maybe that would have given me more.
Thrown him off.
Presence. Yeah.
I mean, you could go raid the closet. You could dress up like Tennant. Please
no,
don't.
That was
okay.
one too many. Okay,
yeah.
well.
How about I run to our house and get us some actual pajamas?
Okay.
And bring over some glasses of wine, and we can just make use of the blanket fort.
Okay.
On our own. Hang out.
Oh, fuck, Kitty, not the cushion! Runs off, starts wrestling a cushion from the Hellhound. I think we'll leave him there. Ruby, what are you up to? You were preparing to go do some staking out with your mother.
Yeah, I mean, I think it takes her just another minute to, get her shit together. And then it's just kind of waiting and pacing at the bottom of the stairs until Riddle's ready to go. Doing what I do, which is just, trying not to be like, Mom! Come on, I want to go! But, she really wants to go.
I think Rodella gets down there. And she's got a little pack for herself as well. Some snacks. and she hands you a little flask of something warm. And then starts walking and goes, all right, let's go. What took you so long?
All right.
Holding us up.
Ignore that. All right. Yeah. Okay. Jeez, I don't know if I prefer this or sulking. Kind of tuck that into her pocket, and then as we leave the house, we'll cast Pass Without Trace on the two of them. And start heading off towards the print shop.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Where are you positioning yourself to kind of stake out this place?
I think along the way, we'll kind of ask and be like, do we think outside, inside? If we go inside, we might have a bit of a better view of whatever they do.
Yeah. You're good at your job, so.
Right.
Take your advice.
Right, inside it is then. And then as they start really approaching the shop, I think we'll throw out a fog cloud kind of trying to make it look like it's coming in as naturally as possible, to just for like a little bit, as long as it takes him to get in, to obscure the front entrance of the shop. And then once we get inside, I'm gonna cast Rope Trick, and put it in the kind of, I'm gonna put it in like the like a corner kind of near like the front of the shop where you can hopefully like see into the shop and also a little bit into the back office as well, like as much as possible. But it's just like up, tucked in the top corner. So yeah, for the folks at home, it's a pocket dimension. It's a little baby pocket dimension. You kind of just stick it up there. And there is a kind, I think that she like takes the rope and like takes a second to like arrange it in a lasso and then just like toss it up to the ceiling where it sticks. Kind of tugs on it a little bit, and is like, well, at least you don't have a problem climbing. And we'll very quickly climb up the rope, and pass through the like circle of the lasso up there and just disappear into space.
Yeah, I think Rodella looks up and is like, crawls up after you a little bit.
Sticks her head out and it's just like, come on, you didn't have to climb the rope in gym class.
Keep talking.
Yep.
Slowly like hauls herself up. And then, like, I think when she gets near the top, she's like frantically like reaching a hand up for
yeah. It's like, okay, all right. With all of her tiny might, we'll help pull her in the rest of the way. And then once they're both up there, we'll pull the rest of the rope up behind her, so that it disappears and is essentially invisible to the naked eye for the next however many freaking hours. Yeah.
Is that a concentration spell?
It is. Or no, it's not. That's a lie. It's not a concentration spell. Pass Without Trace was concentration, but that's fine.
Okay. Was the, out of interest, was the non-detection spell you cast on Rodella this morning a concentration spell?
I do not believe so. I will double check though really fast. No, it is not.
Okay.
Yep. So the only thing that was concentration, that would be concentration, is the Pass Without Trace and the Fog Cloud. And I feel like when they get close enough to do the Fog Cloud, she'll just like let that drop and trust it to cover her. So.
Yeah, I think you can quite easily cover yourselves as you sneak into this abandoned printing press and wait. Do you do anything in particular as you kind of like wait for the hours to pass?
No, I think Ruby's kind of like sat like one leg up, like posted in the corner, just like staring very intently, like just head on a swivel, constantly, you know, trying to like break the monotony. Will like a long quiet moment pass, and then just so long day.
Rodella's meticulously setting out all the little like snacks and stuff that she brought in kind of like a picnic fashion. And it's not like it's meticulous in the sense of like she's clearly like doing it to do something.
Yeah.
And I think she just kind of like snorts. You could say that.
Yep. Just did.
Yeah, the sass at this time of night, I could do with it.
Should have raised different kids then.
How are you doing?
Fine. It's not too cold out yet.
I meant more
Probably gone.
mentally as opposed to...
You know, same old, same old. I know, that bad.
It's been a lot more vocal lately.
You gonna make a big deal out of it? Because I can stop.
No. I like hearing your voice.
Wow. Thanks. Appreciate it.
Even when it's laced with sarcasm.
So all the time, then. It's good to know. How are you doing?
For a second, I think the constant struggle of I'm fine, and what she really wants to say, you see it just pass across her face, and then not great.
Yeah, I mean, that makes sense.
But I think you've seen me at my worst at this point, so.
Used to think that was true. Also used to think you didn't have secrets. Which you're very well entitled to, but didn't think anything could rattle you like that.
I think Rodella just is quiet. Meticulously places a couple more items. I wasn't trying to keep things from you. I didn't think it was relevant.
It's fair, I guess.
You guys had enough going on.
Yeah, that's a way to put it. Still, I mean, eventually we didn't. We got here and everything was painfully slow.
I think you're forgetting what things were like when I got here.
Oh, you know, I just remember being... You know when you're you just... This is gonna sound so fucked up, and you have to promise that you're not gonna get you're gonna get that really sad, oh my god, I can't believe that my daughter's telling me this, you know when you've cried for so long that you get bored of it? Does that make sense?
Rodella's trying so hard not to give you the sad. You see her very meticulously placing her features on her face, just
Yeah. Good job. No, but it's God, I'm fucking done feeling this, and so you just get bored, and is that not something that happens to... Alright, well, yeah, that's kind of... Yeah, it was... I was very bored. Why do you think I went and hung out with birds in the woods all day? After a bit.
I think Rodella kind of takes in what you just said. The thought of becoming bored. The thought of becoming numb. And I think she just nods. Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah. It's easier if it was all just a bad dream, right?
Easier to close the chapter.
Easier to try. Believe me, I fucking tried. For me, it just... I don't know.
You think you've left it behind, but it just follows you around like a shadow, casting a chill over everything and everyone who gets close. They can still feel it even if they can't see it.
Rodella feels the weight of that printing plate in her pocket and just... You're hitting all the nails on the head today.
Yeah.
When did you
really
grow
good
up?
aim. Oh, I don't know.
Too young. Too soon.
I think so, but then... Well, the others had the audacity to finish the job, and I still live with my mum, so...
Wow. I'm sure you'll find a reason to fly the coop soon.
I think it's like a weird, like, maybe it's like a weird, like, far away look in her eye. Like, suddenly she had before been so focused on her surroundings, and, like, you can kind of see in that moment is suddenly, like, mentally not here, which is really weird for her. She's usually so, like, grounded and with it and intense, and then just for a second is, like, gone. What would you all do without me? Don't think anyone else knows this little trick.
I think Rodella doesn't quite know what to do with this. Because part of her is like, I don't want to just tell you, we'll be fine.
Because it's like, no, you won't. That's not true.
Yeah, I think she has a moment where a chapter book opens again, and then she closes it again really quick. Sometimes a lot of growth can happen from separation. Growth that you didn't know you needed. Growth that other people didn't know they needed.
Right.
And sometimes sometimes we grow so complacent in routine and familiarity that we don't realize that.
Ruby looks a little bit mad. But, like, not mad at you, just mad because it's like, yeah, right, you're right. God damn it.
I think it was hard for Rodella to say.
I can't, though. Don't I owe it to her, though?
To who?
I mean, who'd you think? The woman who started a war with her family, the woman who fought and killed and would have died for us and did everything to fucking put us here and built an entire empire so that we'd be seen to and cared for the rest of our fucking lives. She did things that I can't imagine, and I don't want to imagine, and she did that for us. She did it all for us. But she's not gonna be here forever. None of us are gonna be here forever. And so somebody's gotta pass the torch.
She did it for you. She did it for herself. And part of it was pure animal instinct and a desire to survive. And sometimes we don't make the best choices. When being driven by a pure instinct.
I mean, how could she? All of the choices were shit. They were bad and worse. None of it was good choices.
I think if I've learned anything this past year, the last few years, sometimes there are better choices. And sometimes we have to live in the mistakes we've made. I think there could be better choices, better paths, and a lot more than we think there are.
I think Ruby gets that faraway look in her eye again as that shard of the mirror is like burning a hole in her pocket. Do you really think that? Or are you just saying what you think I want to hear?
I think I'm saying what I need to hear. You can take from that what you will.
Fair enough.
Rodella, your passive perception is 12, and Ruby, yours is 18, correct?
Yeah, it is.
So, Rodella, you do not hear the small scuffling noise that Ruby suddenly picks up on coming from below in the kind of main printing area, reception area of the printing press.
I think her head just snaps in that direction.
Ruby, you see through one of the boarded up windows, you see two little like claws kind of like prizing through one of the boards, and with a little bit of the board falls away and the red parrot kind of like squeezes through this gap in the window and with a kind of like escapes into the room and starts kind of like hopping around, inspecting things.
I think that, yeah, I think Ruby just like holds up a hand to Rodella and like points very slowly, and will like lean in and be like, can you got anything with your eye that you see anything different?
Let me see. God damn it. Password's not working. Stop it. Okay, let's see. Identify, see invisibility. What identify? No. I have to be holding it for identify, right? Or...
No, that's, yeah.
I'd forget what your magic eye has, so I was just wondering if you had something, but...
I don't think so.
Yeah.
God damn it.
Okay. Then I think... kind of with a glance to Rodella and a little bit of like a just don't fucking freak out about this face. I'm gonna pull out the little shard of the mirror, the little soul mirror, and I'm gonna look at it in the little soul mirror and see what happens. And as I'm doing this, I am gonna upcast Hunter's Mark on this thing so I can hopefully track it later if I have to. This is the most magic Ruby's done in a day in a long time. Goddamn, she knows her shit. So I'm upcasting Hunter's Mark. And I'm gonna look at it in the little mirror.
As this parrot kind of like hops around and kind of like lands on this big printing press machine and is kind of like looking down at where the plates should fit, you hold up this shard of glass to catch its reflection, and you see in this shard the back of a man crouched over the printing press.
It paid off. Okay, like I think we'll look at this and angle it a little bit so that Rodella can also see this image in the reflection. That's not a fucking bird.
It's not a fucking bird.
Can you guys make a stealth check for me?
Yeah. The pass without trace is also gone. Oopsies.
Oh no.
Fuck shit, bitch. Okay, it's gonna be fine. It's gonna be fine. I'm not worried. Okay. What is that? That is a 26 for me.
Oh, sure.
It's not working on this.
Can I give you one of my spare DM inspirations?
Okay.
Do you want one?
Yeah. It's a 12.
Any additions?
No. I got disadvantage.
Fuck.
Rodella, what noise do you make that reveals yourself?
God damn it. I think in that moment, like, as she sees us, she readjusts and her leg squeaks. And it's just like, forgot to oil it.
It's a little bit of a look of, are you fucking kidding me right now?
Immediately, black smoke. The parrot disappears.
I think Ruby will like hold up a hand, like just like wait, because exactly what she told Aspen. You think you've been seen, you just stay still, because now they're looking for movement. If you just stay still, they might not see or hear you. So I think we'll just like hold for them to both be completely silent for the next like couple of minutes and see if this thing returns at all or comes back. If it doesn't, though, that's okay. I'll just be sad.
It does not.
Fuck! Alright. Then yeah, after a reasonable amount of time has passed, we'll kind of just turn back and just, shit. It's alright, we still learned something. And we'll kind of drop down out of the rope trick. And can I just do like a cursory, like, some kind of like perception or investigation or something to like see if they might have like left anything, if they like changed out like the plates on the printing press, like anything like that, like see if there was anything that they touched or moved or might have left?
Sure, you don't even need to make
Okay.
a check. They didn't have a chance to
They
really
didn't get
do
that far.
anything.
Okay. Alright. I think it's clear. You can come down.
We can both go to bed.
I'm sorry.
Not your fault. It was gonna be something. I had no illusions about trapping that thing tonight. When they come down, we'll yank the rope back down and start kind of like piling it up over her shoulder. Well,
Fancy trick.
thanks. Took me a very long time to get it right and falling out of a lot of trees. But now we know for sure. That thing is not a fucking bird, that's a person. And a person I have no qualms about shooting in the fucking chest. So.
Really quick. Were there... So we saw their back.
Mm-hmm.
Was there anything about the clothes, about their hair, about anything that maybe looked familiar?
I think from the position you were at and the size of this shard of glass, you wouldn't have gotten a very good view of them.
Okay.
What I will say from that distance, and again, from their position, they were hunched over, so I don't even know if you got a good look at the back of their head, really.
Okay.
But their clothes look wet.
Has it been raining tonight?
No.
Damn. That's weird. That's suspicious. That's weird. Well, at least I got a decent enough look at him, so in the next... Whenever we fucking get up, if I need to go try to track him, I can, and it might be a bit easier, but...
Can I see the shard?
What'd you say? Sorry, I didn't hear what you said.
Can I see the shard?
Yeah, I was hoping that maybe you'd forget that one. Just... I don't know how you're going to feel about what you see. So...
What is that supposed to mean?
On your head. We'll hand it over.
I think Rodella gives you a... and then takes it and glances down at it.
Rodella, you tell me what you think you see.
I think... Ugh. I think the side of her face that has these scars suddenly looks completely clear and young. And both of her eyes are back. And I think the other side looks almost skeletal and dry. And I think it's weeping. And I think she stares at this for a long time. And kind of touches her face. And I think both sides, the young and the absolutely decrepit, look tired. And she's reminded of the day, what was it, a year ago, where she was staring at herself in the mirror and really, realized how old and tired she looked. And I think she stares at this for a minute and then, without looking up, just passes it back to Ruby.
Make me a wisdom saving throw.
Oof. Oh, never mind. I'm good.
21. That is a fail.
What? Holy shit!
Jess, please don't make my other mom start bleeding out of her eyeballs. I don't know if I can do this.
What the fuck?
Roll a D100 for me.
Christ! I can't have one nice mom field trip, can I?
Fucking hell.
Roll again.
Please.
Adela, for the next minute, you are convinced that you have now been pulled into a mirror dimension and that your reflection is a doppelganger who has swapped places with you and replaced you in your own life.
What the fuck?
What
the fuck?
So, Ruby sat next to you is not Ruby. She is a mirror duplicate of Ruby. The pocket dimension that you're sat in, the printing press room that you're standing in, is not the reality and is the mirror dimension.
Am I seeing Ruby the way that Ruby looks in
No.
So Ruby looks normal
No, you are seeing Ruby the way that she appears
in the mirror.
Which is this
dark
crimson-redded half and the other half yellow-eyed.
Okay. I think Rodella. Ooh. Oh fuck. I think Rodella like stumbles back and like frantically like reaches into like her pockets for anything she can like find.
You alright? Oh no, it's weird. It's unsettling. She's
silent and she's just staring at you, and she's very much, she's not saying anything, but she's got the stance of like, come near me and I'll fuck you up.
When Ruby talks, she talks through this wide grin as though taunting you.
Oh
like,
my
smile.
God.
This is so fucking...
Oh.
Ruby's just, I think, so, like, confused and honestly, like, looks a little bit hurt. Like, she suffered no adverse effects from looking in this thing.
Jesus
so she
Christ.
is like, oh, I looked at it and it was fine. It was, like, fucking weird, but, like, whatever. So I think it's just, like, so completely, like, puzzled about why you're freaking the fuck out this bad.
Yeah, I think Rodella like slowly starts like kind of like circling, trying to get to like an exit, and she's got her eyes like on you, but she starts like, you know, every once in a while her eyes will like dart around looking for some kind of like explanation, looking for some kind of escape.
Around you are stacks and stacks and stacks of that newsletter you opened this morning. Your maiden name splashed across the cover. Henry's name splashed across the cover. Fire, fire, widow, tragic, death. Everywhere.
Mom, what's going on? What did you
see? I think Rodella starts like she's looking like manic and reaches out and grabs like a pile of like, to you it's just like a stack of books or something, and just like grabs them and just starts like chucking them across the room towards you and just like hurling things around and tearing things off the wall.
I think Ruby really like just like ducks without even like thinking about it, like is not concerned that she's gonna get hit at all, but it just is like watching you just so complete. Like I don't think she's ever seen Rodella like fucking lose it like this before. Hey, would you like to use your fucking words and speak to me like a human being and let me know what the hell's going on with you?
Don't come near me.
I can't help you if you won't tell me what's going on.
All Ridel's seeing is this like manic, and she's just sitting there like, "This is what I get for opening up." Just looks fucking.
That's my line.
Like she looks like the kind of manic where it's like you are biting down the fear, like you are trying so hard to keep it together. And I think she, you see her like her hands start to glow.
Mom, stop. I don't know what you're seeing. I don't know if you're hearing something. Whatever it was.
Give me the fucking mirror.
All right. Very
Slide
careful.
it across the floor.
Fine. Drops it on the floor and kicks it across.
Rodella picks it up, keeping her eyes on you, and like still kind of like trying to like move towards some kind of exit, and then like glances down at it again, and it's just like trying to figure out like something. Like she, you know, starts trying to cast identify. She starts trying to, but she's so scattered that she's like, but just like, get me out.
You see your doppelganger, your reflection, walking back home to the Crowcolt estate, climbing into bed with your wife. And then suddenly, your mind clears. The feeling fades. The adrenaline is still surging through you, but you realize that this mirror is just cursed to shit. And you look around, the printing press is kind of scattered in destruction, but there are no newsletters around you. And you realize what just happened.
Ruby is like standing still with like her hands up, completely frozen. Like she is not moving a muscle, but you can see like a frightened animal. Like her chest is just rising and falling, and she's just breathing very fucking quickly, and is just staring you down to see if you're gonna start throwing shit again.
I think Riddell is just standing there with this like shard of glass, just like, and I think just like her face just crumples with shame. And seeing Ruby looking like that, seeing like the absolute like chaos around her, and knowing that like I did not keep my head, I was not thinking clearly, I let something get the better of me, and I did this. And I think she sets the mirror down on the table.
You gonna throw something at me again? Can I take that? Right. Very quickly goes over and like takes like a scrap of like a rag or something and like wraps it up several times, ties it, and puts it back in her bag. What did you see? It seemed a hell of a lot worse than what I saw.
That thing's cursed to shit.
Yeah.
Wow. I have not had anything mess with my mind like that. Quick rundown. I thought I was in an alternate dimension, and
I take it wasn't
you looked
rainbows and unicorns there.
I think Rodella gives you a very brief description of what she saw, because she's trying so hard not to like just keep it secret. She's like, I just scared the shit out of you, so she's just like, this is what it was.
Yeah, I think that she kind of visibly like relaxes a little bit. It's like, okay, mom is back, it's fine, we're cool.
But as you're like describing how she looked in that vision, again gets, for like the third time tonight, gets that like far away look in her eye. Right.
I'm sorry.
It's all right. No real harm done. I mean, we weren't going to use this place again anyway, I don't think. Honestly, you deserve to let off a bit of steam every now and again. I'm just like, you know, maybe not cursed to shit.
I think
That was a mean
Rodella
thing to
pulls you
say.
into a hug.
Yeah.
And it's almost like, in a way that's like, she doesn't even think, it's like almost like a drive. She pulls you into a hug, she holds you, and she's not saying it, but you can just hear, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
And I think for a second she does this and then realizes what just happened and slowly, kind of like loosens her hold to give you an opportunity to step away.
I don't know. She doesn't say it, but I think that you feel and it's okay because she doesn't move back.
Some mother-daughter day.
Well, it's not the worst one I've had this month, actually. So, you're coming out on top.
Oh.
And I think we'll leave our mother-daughter duo there. Riva, what sort of time do you go to bed at night?
Probably fairly late. Because like in my mind, like as many nights in their lifetimes, I think that like while her kids are having, with their families, story time, connecting, rekindling relationships, like Riva's like up late approving payroll for like extra time spent from all of the other ships and crew expenditures and things like that. Follow-up payments for grants to, I think was like the Arcane Academy that we had like financial connections to. I think it's like approving extended leave for tenant, like in terms of like just in terms of like HR protocol and things like that. Like she's probably handling a lot of just
Admin.
a lot of that type of work, but also spending, a little bit of extra late night time sending out sort of like, hey, like mergers and acquisitions teams, like what does the market for the local news media in this part of the galaxy look like? Does it make sense to like sort of explore? Is print media truly dead? It's kind of it's like what she's going after. And also probably extending notes to just like finance teams, like all of the sort of like dotting T's, crossing I's to be like, hey, like quick audit, like have we ever worked with a business called Midas Enterprises, or does anyone know anything about them or something like that? Or, a lot of the, honestly, probably there's a stack of messages and things like that she's like working her way through. So probably doesn't go to bed until like 2 or 3 a.m.
Do you reach out to any other criminal organizations, business contacts?
I think yes, and I think what Riva probably does is I think is it the bell makers of Leda, I think is what it is, to like, while she's sending emails or like, sending like messages and things like that for all of the official business, she writes like a handwritten letter and has like a crow send it in terms of like, hey, here's a description of this pistol that we found. Like,
sure.
In terms of
I think
identification, do you know anything about this?
in terms of the organizations that you would know to contact about these items that you found, the Bellmakers of Leda, they deal with jewelry and, notably for you, documentation forgery. So these guys would be good at helping you identify any further information about the documents that you found in the printing press. The Birdhouse and the Keepers are people who deal with magic items. The Birdhouse specifically sell and trade in high-powered magic items and weapons, so would be a good organization to reach out to about the gun that you found. And the Keepers, kind of magic items of generality. So you could ask any further questions about those things there.
Got it. Then I think what I'll do is I'll describe the pistol and provide sort of like a sketch of that to the Birdhouse and the Keepers, I think. Just to say, like, hey, this is something that we've acquired on planet. First of all, I think what I'd like to do is, like, can you provide any information, and also, like, do you know of any interest in similar, like, an item like this throughout the seas? Because I'm like, what I'm kind of thinking through is if someone's interested in it, they must know what it is, or they may be connected somehow.
Sure.
And I think what I really want to do is, in terms of Bellmakers and stuff like that, I'd like to send a draft copy of the map that we found of what's going underground to say, like, hey, do you know anything, do you have any documents from Lennox Moore and Midas Enterprises? This is something that we've acquired. And I think I would send, like, not the entire document, but, like, a portion of it that's someone would be able to say, like, oh, this is Dorithium, but it wouldn't give a full outline of the maps or tunnels or anything specifically around the Crowcolt estate. I think, like, Riva keeps that section, like, censored.
Just whilst we're on this topic as well, James, I know you mentioned Rose might reach out to the Academy of Wicked Arts. Is this something that happens tonight or the following day?
Probably tonight as well.
Okay. So we'll say that you reach out to those guys as well, who have, you know, magical scholars and historians, and can easily source someone to do some research for you on some pre-shattering titles, and look up specifically that name Midas for you.
Oh yeah.
So that's your admin stuff done for the night. Riva, what does your kind of solo bedtime routine look like?
I think Riva's, I think what she does more than anything is, like, she's changed out of her, like, gear, everything that we've gone adventuring in, and is probably just in a simple sort of, like, old tunic shirt. And she probably picks up one of the coins that's been acquired, the ones stamped with, like, the ones that we've acquired. And I think as she gets into bed, all she can think about, she's, like, holding a coin in her hand, and just, like, it feels weird to be going to bed by herself. It feels odd to, like, you know, as tired as she is, like, she clocks in her mind that, like, she should really thank Rose for, you know, that spell, and the fact that she's capable of, like, operating with this level of exhaustion right now, and just, like, files that away as a thing to do later. I think she kind of ends up, like, sort of like with, like, insomnia, sort of, like, not being able to sleep, and just sort of, like, ends up going back to, like, her desk. Like, I don't think she falls asleep in bed. I think she, like, sits in her chair. I think she pulls out a notebook, like a blank notebook, and with sort of, like, she picks up a pen, sort of, like, gazing at, like, an empty page, pen in one hand, and I think coin in the other. And that's where she sort of, like, starts to doze a little bit.
Just as you're falling asleep, would you make me a history check, please?
It's going to be a 9 on the dice, and then let me pull up my character sheet. Let's see. have efficiency in this, so it's actually a 17.
One of your last thoughts as sleep, kind of like it's less sleep and more exhaustive, like unconsciousness claims you. And you're kind of like rubbing this coin between your fingers, and you're thinking about, what this coin, the poetry of it, what it represents, and the fact that there are these pieces of gold buried throughout your planet. It digs up a memory long buried. Your father went missing many, many decades ago. No trace of him left behind, except for one thing left in his office, and it was a golden coin. As you fall asleep, Reva, you do dream. You're the only family member this night that does have a dream, and it's not one forced upon you by magical means or nefarious means. It is one that your own tormented mind kind of brings to the surface. You are a young woman in the middle of a war that you can't really quite remember who started anymore. And it is the anniversary of your mother's death. Where are you on this ship when your sister Bernadette finds you?
On this ship, Reva's in the captain's quarters. It looks like a nautical version, or it looks like a sort of like a if you would have taken Reva's office in the present tense and shifted back like 3 or 4 versions, right? Like that's the captain's quarters of this ship. And I think you would see sort of like Reva at a table with sort of a map laid out, and you see sort of like almost like war games, the sort of like outline of the last sort of known trace of where Lawrence's ship was last spotted.
There's a little knock on your door to the captain's quarters.
What
and
is
Bernadette. Hey.
What?
You ready?
I think Reva leans back, looks up from the table. Ready for fucking what?
Alright, 1, don't talk to me like that. 2, kind of digs into a pocket and holds up like a little tea light, a little candle. You think you could find 5 minutes in the middle of plotting everyone's murder to like remember the people we've already lost? Come on, you need a break.
Literally, we just got reports of Lawrence's last location. We don't have time. Like, what do you think? Like, I've already ordered the crew. Lights out. If we light a candle, every fucking ship in the sea is gonna know where we're at.
It's a tea light, Reva. Can you chill out? Like, we've got 2 hours of dusk left. Just come to the back of the ship with me, say 3 words, toss it into the ocean, and you can go back to doing whatever it is you're doing. But there's got to be something that stays, some tradition, some sense of normalcy that stays. Everything else is falling apart.
I think Reva sort of rubs at her sort of eyes that just like haven't gotten sleep in probably 48 hours, right? And she like rubs at sort of like their eyes, her nose bridge, stares down, like takes a big sort of like fine, I'll come with you. Are you happy?
She kind of like steps into the office and like the door shuts with a click. She kind of like leans back against it and she kind of like strides over to the desk. She kind of takes you by the horns and very gently tilts your lowered head up to look her in the eye. I'm worried about you.
Why? What are you worried about?
Why are we going after Lawrence? We've got the ship. We can just go somewhere else. Let her have her half of whatever the fuck she wants. We can go do whatever we want. Why do you need both halves?
It's not about having both halves. Why can't
What
you
is it
get
about
that?
then?
You know what she's like.
Sorry, explain it to me. I don't get it. I really don't, Reva.
It's because she believes that our half is always going to be hers. And the fact that we walked away in her eyes is fucking mutiny. And you know what we do to mutineers.
I'm sure if we just spoke to, maybe I could speak to her. Like just agree to like divide and leave it and just leave each other behind and we can just go our separate ways and
Do you really
there
think
has
that's
to
gonna
be
work?
a
Seriously.
why not?
Why not? Why not? When has she ever let anything go? When has she ever played nice?
I thought maybe I don't know, maybe with the old fucking bastard gone, we can do things a little bit better than has been done before, and maybe just a shred of her would understand that.
Yes, Lawrence, famously known for empathy and understanding.
Okay, well, actually, maybe if you weren't trying to kill each other for the last, 25 years, maybe, I understand you don't exactly like each other, but have you ever thought about trying?
I've been trying for years. Trying to do something different, trying to make space for us to exist, trying to protect you from all the fucking disgusting and terrible things that we've had to deal with over the years. Yes, we could try to talk it out, but we all know that words mean nothing, and the only thing that's gonna fix this problem is if there's some fucking bodies in the bottom of the sea.
I don't believe that.
Well, then you're naive. A naive
No, I'm not.
little child. We're not kids anymore. We can't solve anything by talking things out. It's too late.
Okay. Cool.
Look.
No, it's fine. Don't value my opinion, or I'm just naive. I'm just a kid, right?
I'm sorry. But look. Tennant's almost 5. Kid can barely read. What are we supposed to do? I can't raise them on the ship like we were raised.
He doesn't have to be.
if we apologize or try to talk anything through, Lawrence will never try to forgive us. Will never forgive us. And what's she gonna do? Hunt us down? Hunt our families down? Us taking and leaving is the biggest insult that she could ever experience. It's not just an insult to her personally, but her worth as a Crowcolt. That's how our father would take it. That's how she would take it.
I think Lawrence wants to see the back of us as much as we do her.
Yeah, 6 feet in the dirt.
You... Would you really kill her, Riva? Would you really?
Well, let me think about that. How many times has she tried to kill us? Let's see. When we were 13, poison. I spent the entire week puking off the bow. Don't you remember that? When we were 15, with a knife in the gut. Do you see this? Do you see this one? Yeah, I see it. Still feel it every morning. 17, right? That little accident with the crates and the ropes. Sure, Lawrence doesn't know how to tie knots my fucking ass. Do you want me to continue listing them?
There's one thing baiting each other because we had nothing fucking else to do. There's one thing being pitted against each other by a demon of a man, but he's gone now. And you're stuck in some war, and it doesn't have to be that way. Killing a sibling in the middle of a war that holds a... That's a different weight, Riva, and I don't want you to carry that.
Look, he might be gone, but you know how much she was like him. How much she still adores him and looks up to him, and how every step of the way she wants to take his mantle. As long as she's around, he will be too. And I wish you would just fucking open your eyes and see that. That we're all fucking monsters. And that life would be better if one of us was gone.
Okay. Consider my eyes opened.
Do you still want to light that fucking candle?
I do. Do you? Do you have time? Do you have time for the dead anymore, Riva, or is it just the living that you want dead that consumes you?
I want to look up into Bernadette's eyes. Mom's dead. She's never coming back. My hope that things would get better. She's not coming back to make things better, so we have to. I'm done with these stupid childish rituals. It's time to grow up. It's time to move on.
You know, every time you call me a child, I hear his voice. You look like him when you're mean.
Maybe you'd understand if you had a family of your own.
Okay, that's my bad. I thought I did. I thought I had you. Okay. Scoops the tea light up from the desk. I'll say an extra few words on your behalf then. Or not.
Be quick. Looks like it's gonna rain.
The door slams a little bit harder on our way out. Reva, you wake up in your office chair with a... What are your thoughts in this moment?
I don't think, Reva's thoughts are coherent, but I think she does reach up and feels the sort of, like, wetness around her eyes. And just, like, wipes it away. And I think she starts to write. I think she's...
What are you writing?
Sort of like writing a confessional. I think she writes down this memory of hers to record it. And tries to remember every single nasty, terrible thing that she said. She tries to describe the look of her sister's disappointment. I think for the first time in decades, this is a clear recollection of what happened. And she doesn't want to forget. This time she won't forget.
As you continue to record this confessional of yours, the black ink starts to bleed into red, and the lamp that you have sitting on your office desk starts to flicker, and the air becomes very cold. And the words on the page start to run. And you hear crying at the back of your mind.
Is it my own crying? I think a part of, like, Reva thinks. And she goes up to check again to see if that's what's causing the ink to bleed.
What are you checking, sorry?
I want to check to see, like, I think in this sort of moment, in this sort of, like, in the middle of the night, I think Reva wants to see if it's her crying or her tears, or if it's something else.
You don't remember what the sound of your crying sounds like. It's been so long since you've done so. But there are goosebumps all over your arm as this chill starts to settle into your skin.
I think Reva sets down her pen and looks up from the lamp, the color that's changed. And she looks up to the door of her office that's closed and instinctually waits for a knock.
When you turn to look at your office door, there's a body lying in front of it, face down, blood spreading out onto the carpet. A single white braid at the back of the head. And the two horns above your office door, mounted on a plaque, fall and hit the ground. And the light on your desk goes out. And you wake up. And that's where we're going to take our break. See you in 15 minutes time for the rest of our episode. Bye! Welcome back to Crow Lane. Before the family takes their long rest for the evening, we're just going to check back in with Rose and Tennant. Rose, you wanted to do a piece of magic before you went to bed.
I would love to. It's like my whole shtick in the family. Yeah, I think that, like they take their shower and Rose brews the tea from Sloan for both of them and like kind of settles in, I think, scrounging like pajamas from the clothes that just sort of like never somehow got transferred from Tennant's old room into the cottage. It's like a big t-shirt moment. And I think scrounged up, well, they were just in here a year ago, I guess. So I think pulls out that same sketchbook that Rose, I don't even fucking remember she was doing that. Rose was doing something with when the kids were here a year ago. And starts, I think, like, sitting down to sketch the room that they were in with all of the gold statues. And while I'm doing that, I would love to cast legend lore on that room and the statues, specifically.
Yes. What does it look like when Rose casts this? It's a big piece of magic. What does that look like for her?
So I think that, in the past when she's cast it, she's like opened up a book and sort of like allowed herself to sketch and draw. But I think that like one of the ways that Rose processes some of the really shitty, awful things that have happened to them in life is by like putting it to paper. And so I think that like Rose is already drawing when the casting starts, but when like this magic starts to leave them, the lines of like the pen or like the charcoal start to become this like silver of winter magic and light and almost like shimmer and come to life as if they were made of silver and not gold, until she can peek back in the room through the magic and hopefully learn a little bit more about it. But I think the exhaustion is like very clear on Rose casting this, like so sapped of magic and energy and emotion from this day.
Yeah. I think Tennant's kind of like sprawled on like the bed, probably wearing the matching pajama bottoms to whatever like button up you're wearing, and just kind of like their eyes are closed, they're kind of like dozing, but they have like one arm kind of flung over to kind of like rest a hand on your shoulder and just kind of like give you the comfort of their presence. As you close your eyes and you sink into the magic of this spell, the way it materializes in front of you is just like a storybook. A leather-bound storybook with gold calligraphy and reflective gold stitching. And the pages turn. And you see, almost through like a sepia-esque filter, all of the colors of the visions that you're seeing are just a little bit leached of saturation. You see a large group of people moving through what strikes you as it looks like Crow Lane, but the houses are just like slightly different. Everything just feels and looks slightly different. The lamp light, the street lamps are just slightly older fashioned in their aesthetic. And this what can really be described as a mob of people are charging through this town, and they are armed with pitchforks and scythes and kind of torchlights burning, kind of like, oh, fuck, they're called torches. And
Scots.
yeah, no, there's a word that's just surpassing me right now. And they charge through the city of Durithian. And as this kind of the skyline breaks, you see warehouses, but they are not as advanced or built in structure as you are used to seeing. In part due to the fact that they are dwarfed by this incredibly large golden castle with turrets and a golden gate, and just like hundreds of windows. It looks so out of place in the skyline of the rest of this planet, and it looks to be made of entirely gold. And the other thing you notice is the landscape surrounding it is just withered and dying. The trees are dried up. They remind you of the tree out the front of your garden that kind of like shriveled up and died. And this mob of people is shouting, and as they get closer and closer to the castle, suddenly the ground falls out underneath them, and you find yourself in the middle of this mob as if you were one of them, right? And you suddenly, like, you blink and you are in this underground cavern, and you cannot move. And there is this horrifically claustrophobic, like, shoulder-to-shoulder shuffling of people trying to, like, move past each other, understand where the sudden, like, the light source has gone. It is so dark, and there's such a lack of oxygen in this chamber that a lot of your, like, torches have been immediately snuffed out, and you look down and there are these webbed veins of gold moving up your legs, and you try to tear your boots free and you cannot, and you try to tear your arms free, and you just feel yourself slowly suffocating and solidifying as this gold creeps up and up and up your body. And with a kind of sharp you pull out of this vision.
Woof. Yeah, I think that Rose, like, comes out of it and gasps, and I think, like, drops the charcoal that she was using even, and just, like, takes a breath. I think it's a little bit too close to this, like, really awful, terrible thing that they experienced just hours before, and it brings a lot more of those memories back than she would like it to. And just, like, takes a breath, kind of, like, opens her eyes, looks at the sketches, mentally goes, "This is a tomorrow problem," and then just, like, shuts it, tosses it on the floor. And
I think Tennant's kind of been jerked awake from your kind of, like, your violent kind of, like, coming out of the... He's like, you okay?
Yeah, sorry, I didn't mean to wake you. Just awful. What else is new? But, yeah, sorry. Will you sleep? Okay, well, we should fix that. I'm also
Yeah, what are you going to do about it?
Whoa. I'm going to.
Sorry.
It's okay. I mean, I don't know what you want me to do about it. I'm gonna sit here and I'm gonna curl up and I'm gonna fall asleep. And, you know, if you're gonna stay awake, that sounds like a you problem. I don't know, it's to you.
Maybe I'm also going to lie here and curl up and fall asleep.
Fine,
Two
I
can
guess
play
we'll
that
just have
game.
to do that together. Then fine.
Fine.
Which is good, because I forgot how fucking cold this room is.
It is awful.
Yeah, terrible.
Draft. Yeah.
Yeah. Glad we moved. Good call.
You're the one not wearing any pants.
Okay, well, somebody took them before I could, so...
Well, I had to cover my modesty, innit? And, like, drags you under the covers and, like, wraps you up. And will, like, kind of, like, press themselves over you in this, like, big human-weighted blanket to try and...
Fuck yeah. Yeah, I think Rose is up longer than she would like to be, just kind of replaying that and replaying everything. and the memory of like holding Tennant's hand when the rest of him was buried, but eventually she falls asleep. Takes a while. She gets there.
Ruby and Rodella, you return back to the estate, I assume. Rodella, you find Reva in her office. Is Reva dozed off again?
Yeah.
I think Rodella seeing this and kind of recalling the very disturbing imagery of a doppelganger crawling into bed with their wife, I think immediately feels this like almost like animalistic urge to have Reva close. And I think she very like carefully and very gently, and I think Reva's probably so exhausted that you tell me if she wakes up, but I think Rodella lifts her out of the chair.
I'm gonna roll 2 dice with disadvantage.
Alright.
Because I think I have fully long rested time, so this is with... Oh, so one of those dice was a nat 20. The other was a 9. So I think as you approach, I'm like, I'm awake. I don't want to go to bed. It's fine.
Rodella very gently picks you up with all the protesting and kind of like just holding you very like, she holds you, in a very bridal carry across the threshold kind of way, but then kind of tucks your head up against her neck so that she can press her cheek to you and carries you up the stairs to the bedroom.
Like, very sleepily and groggily, I'm like, I am a grown-ass woman. I will walk myself to bed. It is fine. I am awake and totally capable of this.
I think she carries you and sets you down in bed. And without, like she kicks off her shoes and crawls in. Doesn't change, doesn't anything. She crawls into bed with you and just, like, wraps herself so, like, fully around you so that, like, every inch of you guys is just, she can feel you. And then just buries her head in your hair and tries to fall asleep.
You have disobeyed your very sleepy captain's orders. You will be hanged and quartered for mutiny.
And the rest of you sleep dreamlessly. I think it's safe to say that Ruby is probably the first up the next morning.
Yeah.
What are your early morning plans?
I think that it's honestly unpacks the stakeout bag. I think starts to unpack the stakeout bag and then repack it as a spelunking bag again, and then just says fuck it and gets another bag. It's like, it's fine. I can have 2 bags for 2 different things. And starts like repacking with like rope and like headlamps and just all kinds of whatever like fucking weird Batman shit she thinks that she's gonna need for this adventure. And will like just get up and kind of start heading down towards the kitchen to like just steal some breakfast and some things to take with her.
Yeah, you can do that quite easily.
Yeah. And then I'm gonna go I'm going to Sam and Adette's house because I don't know where the fuck they are. So
yeah,
I'm gonna head over there. Knock on the door.
No answer.
Dang. Can I walk around? Do they leave a window open?
I'm not open, but I'm sure you could easily pick it if you wanted to.
Yeah, sure.
You can break into their bedroom window.
Yeah,
no
I'm definitely breaking into their house. Definitely, does a couple of laps and is just like, Nadette, you here? No.
Nothing. You do see
Okay.
every mirror in the house is covered with a towel, and the one in the bedroom window, the mirror in the bedroom is just shattered.
Oh.
There's like a fist-sized imprint in the center of it.
Oh, she fucked that up. Huh. Impressive. I think she'll just like wander downstairs to whatever like container of pastries that I'm sure is fucking there in the kitchen and grab one and then just call Nadette from her own kitchen counter at like 7 a.m.
It rings a few times, but I get a very sleepy. Hello?
You gotta tell Sam to start locking your bedroom window because it was open. Where are you, by the way?
Rose and Tennant, I sent you a picture of the twins in bed and said I had babysitting duty.
And what, you didn't just... They fall asleep eventually.
You can't leave kids alone in a house, actually. It's
Why not?
good.
They're asleep. They're not gonna make trouble. Whatever.
Yeah,
it's fine.
it
I'm in your
doesn't
house
work
right
that
now, actually.
Why?
So did you want to go?
Oh.
Because I thought that you were here. But so
Wait,
do you
what
wanna
window
go in-
did you climb in?
Bedroom.
Which one? The one on the left or the right of the bed?
Left, I think.
Damn it, ugh.
Why?
I left a
What
trap
does
for
that
you on
matter?
the right side of the window because I thought that would be the easier one to climb. But now that you know that, I have to switch it. Or I won't.
Unfortunate.
Why are you in my house?
Okay. Because I'm fucking looking for you. Do you want to go in the caves or don't you?
It's early, but yeah, I'll be right over. Can you make coffee?
Yeah,
Up a
sure.
cabinet, right of the sink.
Right.
Thank you.
Got it. Okay. Fine. Have fun.
Yeah.
We'll start making them coffee for when they get here. And then I think we'll send like a quick text to the family group chat because she's just like, God, I guess we shouldn't just, go into the caves and not tell anybody that we're going into the caves. And I'm assuming everyone's phones will be on Do Not Disturb anyway. So we'll just send a little like, pick a message in the family group chat that's like, going caving, be back. That's it.
I think you see like the 3 dots, and then they go away, and then 3 dots, and then they go away, and this goes on for like a minute.
Spit it out.
And then and then you get stay safe. Report back.
Thumbs up react.
Nadette is gonna at the house just give Sam a little kiss and be like, I have to hi, sorry, I have to get going. I'm exploring some caves.
You did that yesterday.
I know.
It didn't go very well.
I know, but there's more.
Okay.
Okay,
Well,
I'll be back.
Don't get buried, please.
I won't, and I'm gonna bring you such a cool rock.
Oh,
I'll find a really
yay.
cool rock and bring you up.
Make it a heart-shaped one.
I will do my best to find a heart-shaped rock for you. Okay, I have to get
Yeah.
dressed.
Okay. Wait,
What?
I've got the kids, yeah? You're not bringing the kids caving with you?
No,
No, okay. Just so I know.
but you can just call Rose and Tennant and tell them to come get them whenever.
I know, but...
Okay. Or just bring them to the house, really.
Okay, I can do that.
You have a life outside of taking care of my siblings' children. You can do what you need to do.
Not anymore. Not anymore.
Alright.
And that's a sacrifice I'm willing to make.
Okay. Alright, I'm leaving. Goodbye.
Goodbye, I love you.
I love you too. Walk over. I think I just passed Ruby in the kitchen, just like, and go upstairs to get dressed. And come down and like, it's like the outfit that Lara Croft wears in the first Tomb Raider game, but
Oh
hot
my
pink
God.
everything. And I think right before coming down, Nadette like stops, like uncovers a mirror in the bathroom, and is like about to like put a glamour on, put some makeup on, and just stares for a minute, and just covers the mirror back up and goes downstairs. Regular Nadette.
Yeah, regular Nadette, still in hot pink, gets like a no. I'm sorry. What the hell are you wearing?
It's pants and a shirt with a belt. There's a sweater in my bag.
Did you want to, like, glow in the dark while we're down there? That's like fucking highlighter pink.
Okay, if something can see us in the dark, bright colors aren't really gonna make... We're not stealthing through the woods. We're walking through caves. I could have worn heels, but I didn't because I knew you would say something.
Sure, whatever. You know what? Whatever's down there, if it sees us and it sees you and then doesn't see me, I think that's a good thing. So I'll fucking take it.
Alright, well, whatever.
Alright,
Grab
here's your
the
pack.
coffee mug out of Ruby's hand. Like, alright, let's go.
Alright.
I'll have a real coffee mug. Let's do this.
And we'll start heading down towards
The hole. The hole.
Yeah, we'll return to you momentarily. The rest of the family, in the meantime, what does your morning routine look like? What are your plans for the day?
I think in the space of the ... dots of, like, Ridella's text message is, like, a conversation between Riva and Ridella. Sort of where Riva just, like, sees the message come through, like, in bed. I look over to Ridella. I could use a break.
A break? Break or a break?
I think it is a lovely morning for a stroll. And it seems to me that two of our lovely children are out on an adventure.
Right. So I'll stroll downward.
Exactly. I'm going to give you a kiss on the forehead. This is what you get for disobeying my orders.
Ah.
And this is what you get for being my wife. And I kiss you on the cheek.
As you get out of bed, she smacks your butt.
Bold choice.
Have fun.
Stay safe. And I'm gonna, I want to take I want to do a little investigation thing, because there's what I'm assuming is a puddle of clothes next to, like, the bed right now, and I want to see if the printing plate, or the print plate, is still in your pocket of the clothes that you left. You just...
Oh, she didn't get out of her clothes. She literally, like, crawled into bed wearing whatever she was wearing.
Sorry.
I love that out of everything, that's what leaves you speechless.
Excuse me? That's the most disgusting, abhorrent thing I've heard in this entire stream. Oh my god. I mean, that just changes the tone of everything. I'm sorry, I'm a little bit disgusted personally, and I need to take a moment just to, like, reset. Okay, cool. Okay. I think I shoot a glare at you, and I'm just like, I'm just gonna look like, I'm assuming you're gonna do the laundry tonight?
She gives you a look back as if I don't always do the laundry. When was the last time you did the laundry?
I could do it whenever I want if I had time. Yeah. You're the one who made things dirty. I'm not getting back into bed with you until these are clean.
I will clean it.
Thank you. Little kiss. And I think like Riva gets dressed and kind of is, I think is while while coffee is being made, I think she's just gonna like hurry on over to the pit, and like you'll get like a selfie, like an awkward blurry selfie, like a couple like of just like Riva's like horns or stuff like that, and the pit. I'm just like, I'm here.
God.
Period.
What do we do?
We can't say we're just kidding. It's too late.
I know we've already committed.
All right, Mom's coming. That's fine.
Sure.
Yeah.
Yeah. And it's all gonna be totally normal and fine and
Right.
right.
You're the
This
one
one's-
being weird right now.
This one's
So-
gotta end better than the last time, right? It's gotta
Hey,
it's gotta
she
be
needs
like
this.
normal once.
We're gonna
She
keep it
need-
together.
Right. Yep,
gonna
she
be
needs this.
perfect.
She needs
Yeah.
this. Yep.
We
okay,
love our
yeah,
mother.
Sure.
We do.
We love our mother.
So
Yep,
much.
mhm,
100%.
Yep, so much. Right.
She's gonna come with us, and it's just gonna be the three of us. Something we have
It's-
done before. Just the
yeah,
three of us
the
all
tea party
together.
when you were 9.
Yeah, we've got it.
Yeah, you've got it. Yeah.
I think you get a buzz that's just like, don't be late. Period.
You get a phone call back immediately. Dad is calling.
Good morning.
We didn't set a time. We can't be late. That's not how it works. We're on our way. So, yeah.
Yeah.
I love you. See you there.
And you just hang up.
I love her so much. She's so scary, but I love her so much. She had an entire conversation on the phone with me and she didn't say a single word.
That's why I don't know if that's how conversations work.
Yeah, well, it feels like it. We had one.
Meanwhile, in on the top floor of the Crowcott estate, I think Tennant is rolling over and kissing his wife awake. When Rose, phone again begins to buzz on the bedside table, and Tennant pauses and is like, kind of like looks at you like,
I think Rose just
What?
goes.
do I want to know who that is?
I mean, probably not. If it's who I think it is, unless it's Sam saying our children ran off in the night or something, and then probably yes.
He like cranes his neck over and goes, right, let me deal with this, and grabs
No,
the
no,
phone
no,
and
no,
goes,
no, no.
I'm not very happy with how much you're interrupting me and my wife recently. And like goes, oh, hello, hi, Lieutenant. Sorry, was I interrupted? I didn't mean to interrupt. Yeah, you are actually. You better have something to say quick.
I
Oh,
take,
well,
like, I grab Tennant's hand and I start gently trying to pull the phone away.
no, it's all right, Lark. You can tell me what special things have you come up with. Is it
Hi, Lark.
yet
Good
more
morning.
big books
Good morning,
with
Lark.
big words?
Hi,
You think I can't spell malevolent? Is that it? No, of course. I'm sure you're a fine reader. I'm going to pass you on to my wife, and you're going to keep it to 3 minutes exactly, Lark. Otherwise, I'm going to come to Everglen and teach you
No, I take
proper
the phone.
time management
I take the
myself.
phone. I like pulling the phone and I go, and I give Tennant a very stern look and I go, hi, good morning.
Oh my gosh. Hi, I'm going to be so quick. I'm so sorry. I'm going to be
You-
really
no,
quick.
I
Okay.
can make eye contact with Tennant. You take your time. I have nowhere to be.
No,
I
I
have nothing to
really
do.
won't. I
No,
will
it's-
be
you
so
really
fast.
can.
I've
It's
never been
okay.
fast in my life. Anyway, I stayed up all night translating.
Oh, Lark.
It was very fun.
Okay.
Incredible. Very, very interesting, actually.
Oh, good.
You found this under your house, under your planet? It was...
Yes.
Okay,
Yeah.
so, yes, definitely, Costellan. Oh god, I would love to talk to you more about this, but I know
You
down
can.
time crunch.
No,
No,
I'm
it's
really
okay.
not.
It's okay.
It's
So,
okay.
basically,
Okay.
very much divine made weapon from the Costellan era,
Right.
potentially pre-shattering. I don't think it's post-shattering at all. Definitely,
Mhm.
yes, very, very interesting. So the runes on the side of the bar. Yes, ancient Costellan. Okay,
Lark, take a breath.
I-
Lark, breathe with me. Inhale. And exhale.
Which was like, okay.
Okay. It's okay.
Okay.
I promise you, I have nothing to do.
I really
Alright.
don't want Tenet to come to Evergreen.
He's not going to come to Everglen. I say making
Okay.
direct, stern eye contact with Dennis.
I am. Okay. Do you want to take this? I can text this to you as well. Ash, maybe I should just text all of this to you. Maybe that would be better. I can go.
Oh, you don't have to. I like a text would be great, but you can also tell me on the phone if you'd like to.
I would love to perform it for you, though. It's very beautifully written. It's like
Perform it, yeah.
Well, I'm not performing. I'm not really a performer.
Right.
Anyway, I'd love to read it to you. Anyway,
Okay.
This is the translation.
Okay.
You hear like the rustling of many pieces of paper as Lark kind of like gets their notes together. They sound absolutely fucking wired. Like they have not slept in
Yeah, I
all
don't
night.
think Rose has ever heard Lark like this, and there's a little bit of like, okay.
And Lark clears her throat and recites the translation, which is, "Those who wield avarice to forge thine own gain face divine wrath from the god of flame. Fiend o' mine of such avarice and pride, within this weapon shalt thee reside." That's it.
Okay. The god of flame, is that, do we know, not really a divine education?
Yes,
in a
so
way,
that should be a reference to the god Catrix, which is the god of the hearth
Right.
and the sun and the forge, and
Mhm.
the flame, basically. Actually, the person who made fiends and thus tieflings. You have him to thank for your charming husband. Yes, very interesting. Actually, that whole story. It's very fun. Legend. Anyway, that's why I'm sure the reference to Fiend O' Mine, right? Because Catrix is the originator of all Fiend.
Right. Do we
so
think avarice is the gun? Is it like a named?
maybe I don't know. It seems to be a reference to one of the most profound sins in the eyes of the gods.
Right.
Historically and in legend, the gods were seen to they would look down very harshly upon those who wielded such moral sins for bad. They would often
Right.
deal out great punishments, and often these punishments would come in the form of maybe transformations or entrapments, kind of retributional trials, and that is potentially what this is reference to. Perhaps
Interesting.
something of a fiend was punished by being entrapped into this gun, perhaps. So just be careful in case there's a fiend in there, maybe.
Right. Well, I actually, funny enough, I'm fairly certain there is not one. Is this? Do you think there's supposed to be, and it's bad that there isn't? Perhaps. Okay.
I don't know.
Interesting. Keep that in the pocket. Right. Very interesting, though. Thank you. Like, I'm sorry you stayed up on that. I didn't mean to.
No,
really
don't apologize. At the most fun. Yeah.
Good. I'm glad.
Oh, was the book helpful? I'm sorry. It had so many big words in it.
No, it had the perfect amount of perfectly sized words in it. Thank you
glares
again.
at you.
I'm like fixing this man with just like, if I could speak to him without setting
Look at the
alarm bells
invisible
off,
watch.
I just like
In more than 3 minutes.
not hard enough to hurt. I just like very gently smack the hand with the watch away.
Oh, I'm sorry. Okay, it's fine.
No. Genuinely, it was perfect. I'll be honest. I had a really long day yesterday, so I sort of did a little breeze through. But I'm gonna read it over proper today. I can't thank you enough for everything that you're doing.
Of
Really.
course, if you find anything else, Shattering Era or Castellan, I would love to have a look at it.
I will. We actually discovering some, I think, Dorithium history that dates back to pre-shattering. None of the rest of it has sort of popped up as Castellan, I don't think. But yeah, if you come across the name Midas, or I look at Tanit. What was the other name? The one on the blueprints. It was like a person's name on it, wasn't there?
Lennox Moore.
Yeah.
Lennox Moore.
Right. Or Lennox Moore, Midas or Lennox Moore. If either of those mean anything to you, let me know.
I'll go through the archives. A close friend of mine,
Thank
very
you.
good archivist.
I really appreciate it. Like, please, like, get some sleep. I don't want to, keep you up.
Oh, absolutely not. Have a great day. And sorry again.
Thank you.
And
Give
give
it's
Tennant
okay.
my apologies. Okay.
I
bye.
will not, but it's nice to hear your voice. I love you. And I think I like keep holding the phone up and I go, oh, oh, what's that? You think you could defeat Tennant in single combat? Oh,
Give
I
me
think
the
you're correct in
fucking
that.
phone
No,
right now.
No, actually, I think
Now.
you're right in that. Not that we'll test it or anything because he's very busy. And then I hold the phone up and show that he hung up. What the fuck? My darling, wonderful, incredible brother just stayed up all night to get us some very useful information about your gun. But, well, since you're not interested in anything Lark has to say, I suppose you won't want to know anything about it or the facts that it's
That's fine, you
related to
just
the
called it
god
my
who
gun,
created
that's all I really care
tieflings or
about.
that there might be a fiend in
What?
there or,
Who created tieflings?
Kit Tricks, which I know because I'm
Who is
just like
that?
really smart and intelligent and everything.
One create who?
Oh, I'm sorry. You don't.
Me. Thank you very much.
You don't know the story of how tieflings were created. What's that?
I walked out of the fire. I don't fucking know.
Yeah. Well, apparently, this Kit Tricks person was a god of fire and the sun and something else, but I forgot the third thing. And potentially put some sort of big nasty fiend, potentially named Avarice, maybe not, in this pistol. Which obviously it's not in there anymore because Sloane took a peek yesterday, which is probably concerning, and Lark's voice got very high.
So the main thing is I can keep the gun.
Maybe. I think I just want to make sure
Excellent.
that you don't get. I don't know how the putting a person in their thing works, and I rather like you like this and not in a gun. So I just want to make sure there isn't like.
If anyone could find their way out of a gun that they were trapped in, it would probably be fucking me.
Right. No. Yes. I believe that. I do. I just sort of like to avoid the whole ordeal. To begin with, however, I suppose if anyone is going to be wielding a weapon that potentially had a big nasty fiend in it, it would make sense that it's you. So.
I agree.
And aren't you very glad that Lark gave me all that wonderful information for you?
I would probably be able to look it up myself and find out.
Oh yeah,
so it's really not that
where
big
would
deal.
you? Do you read
in a book?
Sterling?
Yeah, maybe.
Yeah.
I could learn.
Lark, that's not my name. Rose just barely holds back a "you couldn't even read common" comment and like catches it. It's very quiet for a moment. Right, okay.
You were about to say something very mean to me then.
I would never do that. You're my beloved husband. I would never. How dare you accuse me of such a thing at such an early time? It is too early.
No, a true malevolent fae would speak her mind.
Well, I wasn't in the book. So
Guess not.
it's not.
You hear a knock at the door.
Oh god.
I think Rose freezes like a deer in the headlights and looks at Tennant again with that primal fear of any minute now a toddler's gonna come through that room. I can just feel it. And just
I think Tennant goes, surely it couldn't be Lark. Internally in their head going, surely not. Yeah?
Get your joggers on.
What?
Get your joggers on.
I don't know what that word means.
I'll meet you down in 5.
Fat fucking chance am I going running with you this morning?
5.
I was buried alive yesterday. Fuck. He looks at Rose, defeated.
if I was a malevolent fae, I could probably help you get out of that, but alas.
Hilarious. I don't even have.
Do you even have joggers here? Yeah.
No. Just borrow some of your leggings.
Well, hey, before you go, I'm gonna reach down and grab the sketchbook from the night before and like flip to the page where I had like sketched out the castle and just. Does this mean anything to you?
Castle.
Thank you. You mean the world to me. And
Thank you.
That was really useful to me. So thank you for that.
I know you're a princess. Castle. Like, what are we like doing? Flashcards now? Like.
No, but maybe we should. No, when I. You're so bullyable. Anyway, no, when I was doing my spell last night, I had a vision of like Dorithium from a long, long time ago, and there was this big fucking gold castle just here.
Okay.
Don't say it like you don't believe me.
No, I do not think there has ever been a castle here.
Well, there was, so...
Well, okay. No, I believe you. It's not a very castle-y kind of place.
Alright, well, I think I'm gonna go maybe find some intellectuals on this planet who believe me and, I don't know.
Okay,
maybe...
good luck.
I think Rose like half stands up and goes, yeah, fair. Okay. Have fun with your jog.
Okay.
I will not be joining you, because that sounds awful. But, I will be here.
Could you unheal my ankle so I have an excuse not to go?
I could, but I'm not going to, because that's really sad. And I motions at the white hair. Clearly I've got enough of that going on. So, you know. It's good for you. Get some of the energy out, you know?
What energy? I have none. I have negative energy.
Like, I'm gonna go to Everglen. Like, you have 5 minutes.
I have energy to beat up your annoying little brother.
Well, yeah, that's the energy you need to get out. He's not annoying. Now, are you gonna get dressed before Riddell has to come in here and drag you onto the street? Got like 3 minutes left.
Oh, yeah.
I love you.
Love you.
Like, lean in and give them a little kiss, and then I'll find some pants to put on, and I'll breeze out of the room and just... Morning, Riddella. How are you?
Oh, I'm feeling excellent.
Yeah? Was that sarcasm or genuine?
Yes.
Okay. Well, he's on one this morning, so have fun with that.
Oh, don't worry. We'll fix that.
I think just, like, puts a hand on your arm. Thank you. Hey, before I'll hold up the same castle. Does this mean anything to you? Not before your answer, I do know it's a castle. Okay. God. Apparently it used to... I did a spell last night, and apparently it used to be here on Dorithium, this big gold castle just here. And yes, I am certain that it was.
Riddell looks at you. And then she looks at the castle, and she just looks at you and she goes, where?
Can I tell approximately where? Was it like above where the tunnels are if the ground fell out?
Make some kind of... I don't know what kind of fucking check this would be. Make an insight check to interpret the vision and try, yeah.
Slut. I'm good at those. That is a 22.
Okay. Yeah, you kind of like walk back through the vision. You kind of follow the path that this mob of villagers took, and it's pretty much the same route that you took the previous day to get to the Dorithium Hole.
Do I think the castle was like on top of the hole?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Weirdly enough, on top of the hole. For some reason.
Floating?
I'm assuming it was on the ground. Was it on the ground?
Yeah, no, sorry, I'm getting so distracted by the fucking hokey pokey that's going on. I'm trying to interpret it, like, what the fuck?
Charade going on in the background.
Yeah, it looked like, so the hole did not exist. It was an extended piece of land upon which the castle sat.
No, it was just on the ground. Like, the hole wasn't there. I mean, I also saw... It was a whole vision, and it was frankly terrible, but, a bunch of villagers were storming the castle, and the ground fell out underneath them, and they ended up in the space where we were, and they turned to gold, and I relived it. It was a whole thing. But, no, the castle was where the hole is now. So...
Riddella, like, racks her brain. Has she ever seen or read or, like, has there ever been any mention?
Nope.
She just looks at you and is like, I have never seen or read or... No castle.
There's a large... as the door opens and Tennant stands in pajama bottoms and one of Rose's, like, tops, which is now pretty much a crop top on them, and is like, are you happy?
No.
I don't have any clothes here.
Alright, well, If you're comfortable going out like that, then...
No, I'm not comfortable going out at all.
All right, let's go.
I haven't had breakfast yet.
She tosses you like a like energy bar, like protein bar.
No, I hate the texture of these. Stomps down the stairs after you.
I'll squeeze his arm and give him a bardic inspiration to rally the energy to get through this.
Hilarious. Our trio. Our mother-daughter *2 trio. You meet Ridella kind of standing by the crypt, did you say? Ridella. Riva.
Yeah, I think so.
I think so, and I think the entire time, like, Riva's probably got like a... It's like leaning back, has a stopwatch like in her hand, or like a pocket watch. And it's just like... I don't think intentionally is just like tapping her toe.
Biggest eye roll on the planet. Like, God.
Nadette sees this and starts walking in slow motion.
Come on, that's just gonna make it worse. She's just gonna be worse about it. Come on, just go. Oh, God. They never should have sent you to mime camp. This is horrible.
Is committing to the bit, is walking slow motion the last, 15 feet to Riva.
Yeah, I think just it's like, okay, this isn't letting up, and we'll just abandon you immediately.
Right. I think I want to sidle up to you, Ruby, and just sort of both watch Nadette.
It's fascinating, isn't it? I don't know how one person can have such an insane capacity for annoyance. It's like a gift.
I'm sorry for passing this down. I think it runs in our bloodline.
Probably. A few other things. High blood pressure, bad knees.
And apparently color blindness? We should have your sister tested.
He kind of stops, looks down at the outfit, and I think it's cute. Okay.
Oh, good. Not colorblind.
Good morning, my dearest mother, whom I love. How are you?
Good morning, my dearest daughters, who I love.
You're really convincing there.
Are we all expecting to die down there? What's
happening?
I'm matching your energy. This is the attitude that you came up to me with.
Alright. Well, oh shit, hold on. And kind of digs around in her bra where she restashed the paper with the nursery rhyme on it and okay, I was looking for this book and I finally found it. And so here is the story of Midas. Peruse at your own leisure.
Right.
Show the others when we all meet up and compare notes, but, while you're here.
I think I look up from Nadette to Ruby and just go have you gotten a chance to read this?
No, someone was holding out on me.
I
could take turns.
I shoot an eye to Nadette and I'm I put my hand out let me take a look.
Hand it over. It's a little sweaty from boob sweat, but it's,
And I think I want to open it and sort of hold it up and sort of hold it up such that Ruby can read over my shoulder as well.
Yeah.
It's a picture book. I would think we're flipping pretty quickly.
Well, I just wrote the story down on a sheet of paper, so I didn't have to take the book from the kids.
Great, yeah. Fantastic. Right.
Yeah, the two of you read this tale of an old king made a terrible deal with a greedy fiend, and through their tricks and wiles somehow ended up cursing their entire kingdom and splitting the land in two, and was trapped as a golden statue on a separate plane for the rest of his days.
Wild thing to put down in a children's book, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's not the most
This is
horrific
certainly-
thing I read as a child.
Well, you don't have a great benchmark for that, do you?
And there's a sort of a click of her tongue and sort of like a nod of acknowledgement, like you got me there.
This would put a lot of things into perspective. If there's any truth to it, it makes a lot of sense.
Well, I mean, it might be a truth about what happened, or it might be a fictional explanation of something that did happen, right? An imagining of what it was like to explain what actually happened to children. I don't know. Most stories are.
Seems like a version with all the nasty bits filed off, but I guess a deal with some kind of fiend or demon or something would. I mean, that gold's not coming from nowhere. So.
Okay. Well, let's go exploring some caves. Hey, team?
Sure.
Let's go.
Fantastic. Well, same drill as yesterday. Don't wander off. Don't go too far. Don't go poking things. If you don't know what it is, just call someone. I'm honestly, this is honestly the group of three that I would be the least worried about in this situation. So I'm not going to do the whole spiel. But
I think Riva also like reaches into her pockets and just pulls out 2 extra sets of gloves, and also puts another set on herself, just in case.
Yeah.
Right. Do you have any in pink? I'm kidding. That was a joke. Yeah. These do clash, though. It's fine. Put them on.
And we'll very quickly tie a rope around the base of the tree, lower it down into the hole, and then just
There's
jump
now a
down.
hatch. There's now a hatch with
hatch?
a set of
Okay.
stairs and a
Okay.
rope ladder that's more
Okay.
accessible for you now.
Well, for the drama, is gonna just
Sure.
jump down
So valid.
in the chute, but yeah, they can climb down.
Climb we shall.
Yeah, you'll climb back down into the crypt. It still has that dank, musty, old smell of kind of an enclosed space that hasn't had a lot of access to fresh air for a long time. And everything is pretty much as you remember. Whilst the ceiling has kind of been patched up and boarded over, the actual stone of it is still crumbled from where you kind of broke through. Around the edges of it, you can see the remainders of that etching on the ceiling, just the kind of the tip of a beak and the tip of one wing. Similarly, on the southern wall, there are etchings of these kind of bird-like people with their wing arms outstretched. And at the center of this room, there is a golden egg, probably about 7, maybe just shy of 8 feet tall, very, very large. That brilliant reflective gold that you've now come to recognize so well. And that's pretty much it. What are you looking for?
I think
any.
Go
Oh,
ahead.
sorry. Go ahead.
You go ahead.
I was going to say any signs of any recent activity. Yeah, that's it. Just has something been down here? Has the dust and dirt been disturbed in any kind of way that we can detect?
And I think
Sure.
as another added layer, but not just looking for the dust or disturbance, but I think with the fact that we have this new story of the Midas story, is there any signs of, I think, demonic activity maybe, or depictions or anything in the pictograms on the walls, or if there's anything from the pictures or engravings here that match up to the story?
Okay. So Ruby, make an investigation check for any signs of recent activity. Riva, as you look at these etchings, without even a check, you can immediately notice that the engravings seem to have reset themselves.
Oh.
The last time you were down here, many months ago, the way you had left them was after you had kind of done this ritualistic kind of like that black liquid came from the ceiling. You flicked it onto the etchings. Their open beaks closed and remained closed. These beaks are now open again.
I got a 15.
I think you notice, Ruby, that there isn't a lot of like dust here. You know, it's not surprising for there to be like no dust on the egg, because you know right now it cannot settle there.
Yeah.
There doesn't seem to be a lot of like dust anywhere else, though. It's almost as if there is no sign of any recent activity in a way that's too
like somebody cleaned up after themselves.
Somebody is tidied up.
Okay. Yep. That tracks. Kind of casts a look around at the like very distinct like lack of all of like that dust and dirt and cobwebs where they should be. And just under her breath says, "Someone has been here. Not us."
How recently? Can you tell? Like, yesterday, last week?
It's hard to say. I only know because they've cleaned up after themselves.
Well, then it wasn't anyone in our family.
No, definitely not. But I would imagine probably relatively recently.
Did my alarm ever go off at all last night? I think it's probably down now because it's been 8 hours. Okay.
No.
Cool.
So these engravings have been reset. There's been something down here. And we have a missing piece of this fable, the story.
See if we can open the doors from this side this time.
Ruby did last time, right? Yeah, it was the little like knock pattern.
That's right.
Yeah,
It was on top of the egg.
On top of the egg, right. I'll just go and try that again and hopefully it'll still work.
So I think it was 3 times twice, then 3 times again.
That feels true and correct. I wrote it down somewhere. Yeah.
So you do this knocking pattern. Nothing happens. However, it's pretty much impossible to approach this giant, highly reflective egg without catching a glimpse of your own reflection in it, Ruby.
Well, if I must.
And the version of yourself that you see looking back at you is not unlike the person you have been looking at in that shard of glass that you've been carrying around with you. She's much colder, she's much harder. She dresses less like the person you are now, less like an assassin and more like a pirate. She is unfeeling by her expression. And you know that a part of you is telling you that as you look at this version of herself, almost a clone of the way your mother carries herself and holds herself, that this is a version of you who leads the Crowcolts. A version of you who has the respect or the fear or both, you don't know the difference anymore, of everyone who knows you. And you run the Crowcolt Empire with brutal efficiency. But at the same time, you are entirely alone. And you always will be. Could you make a wisdom save for me?
Yeah, sure. I would love to do that. Why did I roll advantage? I don't have advantage on that shit. What am I fucking doing here? That is a nat 1 for a total of 9.
Fun.
I shouldn't have complained to get these dinosaur dice because they did just dicked over by a purple stegosaurus, but okay.
Roll me a d6.
Yeah, sure. I didn't even get these out. Oh god, oh fuck. Okay, 1 sec, I got it. That's a 2.
Ruby, you are suddenly compelled to confess all of your darkest secrets, your darkest fears, to anyone who will listen to you.
Oh,
You take a minute to think about it. Riva and
Sure.
Nadette, what are you doing whilst Ruby is kind of like inspecting this egg?
I think right now, Riva has this little thought in her head that she's can't really get rid of, which is the idea of like, what would Wayland Crowcolt do if he was quote unquote cursed with this ability, if he was the king of this story? And I think about the fact that he would probably see it as a blessing and use it to to capture or to freeze in gold the screaming cries of his enemies. And her head goes into like a weird place as she thinks about like how much like her father would see this curse as a blessing. But then it also sort of thinks through the sort of like, why here? Like the sort of like, what parts of this myth, what part of this story is myth and what part of it is fact? And I think that's the thing that she's sort of ruminating on and just sort of muttering to herself a little bit, like under her breath, like, what would he do? What would he do? Who's here? That's sort of where she's lost at this moment.
I think Nadette has, this is the second time Nadette has been in this room and not really been able to do much. So I think Nadette is going to, like, dig through a bag, or even just, like, take the sheet of paper back from Riva that had the poem on it and try and do some, like, rubbings of, like, the drawings. Just to, like, get them imprinted on paper, so you can better look.
We'll say these drawings are quite large, so you wouldn't be able to fit the whole etching on like one piece of like A4, but you could replicate the drawing if you wanted, or you could do a rubbing of a part of it. Then maybe just the head.
I forgot they were big. So then I think Nadette is not an artist, but Nadette knows how to do forgeries, and so I think is like trying to copy down the image a little bit.
Just the ones on the southern wall, or also what you can see from the ceiling as well?
I think all of it. Anything that like she has time to write down and can fit, she's gonna try and fit. I think prioritizing what's on the walls, but if what's on the ceiling fits, we'll do that too.
Yeah. So the two of you are kind of both lost in your separate tasks.
Yeah, so I think that Ruby is standing and like looking at this reflection of herself, which I don't even think at first she like realizes that anything is like particularly wrong, because it's like it's just her face. But then slowly like this realization starts to dawn on her. And it's like, it's weird, but she like doesn't start freaking out immediately, because she's like, well, okay, this is not the first time in 24 hours I've seen a version of myself. This can't hurt me, this can't do anything to me, this thing is just fucking with our heads and just trying to show us things to throw us off our game. Like, starts to kind of chill out. And then like makes this like noise in the back of her throat. Like, when you can feel that you're about to throw up. You can feel it, and you know, and it's just horrible because you're like, I don't want this, this is gonna be bad, this is gonna suck so bad, and starts to like panic a little bit, and her breathing starts to get a little bit shaky, and she's like trying to like swallow it down, and then just like in a voice that is like barely above a whisper, but that probably echoes in this fucking crypt. I shut off my feelings because if I don't, I will be too terrified to function literally all of the time. Pretty much everything that's ever happened to our family is probably my fault. Lieutenant left and he almost died, and he did it because I didn't stop him. Why didn't I stop him? None of it makes any sense, and it's all my fault, and I can't ever leave. I can't leave. I can't go anywhere, because if I do, that's weakness, and I cannot be weak. I cannot be weak anywhere in this house, because everyone else, they're all going to be fine, and it will be worth it. The sacrifice will be worth it if I can just make sure that everyone is okay, and that they're all safe, and that everyone lives a long and happy life. And I don't need that. I've never needed that. God, I fucking wanted it all my life, but I've never fucking needed it. I can get on without it, and it's fine. It's always been fine, and I'm going to be fine, even if I live in that fucking house alone for the rest of my life. It's all gonna be okay. It's gonna be okay, and it's gonna be worth it, and everyone's gonna have beautiful children, and their children are gonna have children, and I'm gonna have my birds, and it's gonna be all right. And then one day I'm gonna join them, and I'm gonna see Rodney again, and we're gonna fly off, and it's all gonna be fine, because nothing ever dies, nothing ever leaves. It's all still here, and I'll still be here, and no matter what I do, I'm always still gonna be here. I'm gonna be here. I'm never gonna go anywhere. I'm never gonna see anything. And just like it just tumbles and goes and goes and goes.
I think seeing the panic in your eye as you're doing this, I think that Det is first gonna freeze up for a second and kind of look at Riva, and then take a second, and then just go and like kind of grab Ruby in one arm, hug, and then just put a hand over her mouth. You can just like and I think it's just like, can probably feel you talking through it, but it's just loudly saying like, so I didn't get any breakfast today, so that, and is just like trying to cover up, because I know the one thing Ruby hates more than anything is to be exposed, and doesn't really understand what's happening, but like, that's not Ruby, and it's just like, we're not gonna do this.
I think
As
that happens, I think as Nadet tries to begin trying to cover up what Ruby is saying, I think Riva comes up behind her, and puts an arm, or like grabs the arm that's holding an arm up to like Ruby's mouth, and I want to gently like actually pull it down, and I want to look at you to say like, please stop trying to cover it up. And then I want to gently, with the other free hand, so that I want to like gently hold your horn and just bring you in a little bit closer. And I want to like tilt your eyes up into mine.
I think that there is a good like couple of seconds where Ruby, like initially when Nadet grabs her, like in a way that I don't think you've ever felt your sister do in your embrace before in her life, completely like melts into it and is just looking up at you like so grateful. Because like that is yeah, she's like, she literally, it is truly the horror of like, I'm throwing up and I can't stop, and I just need somebody to like hold my hair back. And then I think like when Riva initially starts to like pull her away, like just grabs onto Nadet's arm even tighter because she is just like panicking. But as the hand kind of comes away, and it's never going to be enough. It's not going to be enough. I don't know how to make it enough. I don't know how. Can you just tell me?
Can you just tell me? It would be so much easier if somebody could just fucking tell me what I'm supposed to do. Just tell me what I'm supposed to do. I don't know what to do. I wish I didn't have to think of it all the time. Just fucking tell me. Please, Mom, just tell me.
I think I want to bring both of my daughters, in close. And just, bring them both in, one on each arm. And I just want to, rub your back. I guess both. And I think I'm just saying, just let it all out. Let it all out.
My God, if I start, I'm not gonna stop. I'm not gonna stop. It's never gonna stop. Does it always feel like this? All the time? How does anybody get anything done?
We're all just pretending. Pretending what we know what we're doing. Pretending that we're not. Little children playing at house.
I used to steal all the desserts and I used to lie and say that it was you. I framed you pretty well, actually, and Rodella yelled at you. And I never told anybody, and I'm sorry.
Do you think we didn't know?
I was also stealing desserts, so I just thought it was me getting in trouble.
You think we didn't know that too?
Shit!
There.
I think almost like a hiccup, like a laugh, just kind of pops out.
Ruby, you don't know whether the magic effect has faded or whether there's just nothing left in you to say, nothing left to spill. But eventually you come up empty and you're just kind of left between the arms of your mother and your sister. Somewhere in the woods, another parent and child are doing another strange bonding activity.
I thought we were gonna get haunted again. Okay, that's fine.
No!
It's a teddy bear's picnic. So in the woods, your brother is wheezing as they attempt to keep up with their mother. Why? Why do you do this? Why do you do this? Just... No, make me run. Why do you make me go with you? You don't make the others go with you. Why is it just me?
Do you want to answer that question yourself?
No, I'm asking. I'm genuinely asking.
I think Rodella, who had kind of was being kind of sarcastic, had kind of a snarky response, slows down a little bit so Tennant can catch up.
Be straight with me. Do you hate me? Only someone who hated their child would make them do this.
I like spending time with you.
You what?
I like spending time with you.
Well, can we go for fucking dinner or something? Why are you getting me up at the crack of our dawn and make me go in the fucking woods and running? I could break my ankle again.
Again?
Doesn't matter.
Rodella immediately looks down at your ankle, just gauging if anything's wrong.
It's fine.
Who's patched you up?
Yeah, well, don't change the subject. Answer me. Answer the question. 1 minute. No. Sorry. Fuck.
I think Rodella just kind of looks around at the trees and the sun kind of trickling through.
Did you have a drill sergeant of a mother who made you go on jogs with her? What?
No. My mother was not quite as active.
Okay.
Maybe that's why I like running. You're in your head a lot.
I'm not.
I think each of you has a has your comfort zones. I think either of your sisters would probably be fine going on a run with me. Maybe not today.
Oh, is that the problem? I've been too comfortable lately. I've been too much in my I've been feeling really cushy as of late, Mum. Yeah, definitely no hardships, no stressful trauma-inducing.
Before you go on, there's a big difference between comfort zones, pushing the comfort zone, and life and death situations. So this is just a little nudge.
I don't want to be nudged.
I'm trying to get you out of your head a little bit. Running releases chemicals, endorphins.
Blah, blah, blah. I don't, it's not helping me.
Don't you usually feel better when we're done?
No. It hurts to fuck. I can't breathe. I'm chafing in places that you just shouldn't chafe. It's just not fair. I've been through enough. This is...
We don't have to go in.
I do that. But if you want to spend quality time together, like we could go for a smoke or something like that.
Right.
I'm probably just as damaging for your lungs, and I don't have to move around as much. It's fine.
Unlike you, I do not have a hearth inside of me to counteract, so I'd like to stick around a little bit longer. I wanted to spend some time with you. Okay. Also, I wanted to see how you're doing after yesterday.
Oh, I knew it was a catch. I don't know how to answer that.
I think Rodella walks over wherever Tennant's leaning against some tree for balance or something. And I think she just kind of like leans against the tree with him. And she just says, I'm worried about you.
You always worry about everyone.
Yes. Constantly. It is exhausting.
Okay, well, I don't know if there's much I can do about that then.
I don't know how to not be worried. Because I don't think there's ever been a time that I can think of where there hasn't been a reason.
I don't I don't like running with you, not because it's you and not because it's hard and my knees hurt. Why has everyone got bad fucking knees in this family? Anyway.
Knee.
That was a good one.
Mm.
Anyway, it's not for any of those reasons. I've just had my fair share of running for my life. And I know you're trying to get me out of my head, but it always just seems to put me right back in it. It's not really a memory loop I like to go down. So maybe just a walk. If we...
Rodella is schooling her face so hard right now. And I think she just kind of nods. I like walks.
Tennant is inches away from your hand to shake it, when suddenly there is a intense piercing glow in their eyes. They snatch their hand away and it immediately reappears with a pistol on it, pointing just over your shoulder.
Rodella rolls around. What the fuck?
In the lower branch of a tree sits a red parrot.
I think Rodella reaches out and grabs Tennant's hand. And I think she's like staring at this parrot. Hello, sir.
What are you doing?
She's just like keeping eye contact with this parrot. Is it looking at them? Is it?
Yeah, it's looking
Is it
directly
moving?
at you. It is moving. Not in like a, just in the, it's breathing, it's living. You can feel Tennant's hand that is not holding the gun is shaking and trembling in a fist by kind of like your leg. The hand holding the gun is absolutely perfectly still. Why can't I shoot this thing?
It's not a thing. It's a person. Do you need something?
The crow takes flight.
Parrot.
The parrot takes flight. That wasn't a slip of the tongue. That is genuinely a parrot. It takes flight and lands on the grass, maybe about 10 feet away from you. Tennant's gun trained on it the whole way. Alright. While I was watching.
Mm-hmm. Anything else?
It just keeps making these kind of like, those parroty kind of like clicking noises, like chirping noises.
Who were you?
While I was watching.
Were you anyone before Wallow?
Flutters up and lands on Tennant's pistol. Tennant's like, Mom.
I think Rodella, who stiffened a little bit when that happened, holds up a hand as like a perch.
immediately steps over onto your hand.
I think she kind of like reaches up with the other hand and just kind of like attempts to kind of pet the feathers.
It kind of like pushes its head into your fingers.
Are you going to be leaving? Or can you stay?
It doesn't reply.
Can you say anything else?
Wallow is watching.
Rodella's staring at this thing and just trying, like, this is the closest that they've ever come to it.
Mm-hmm.
When she looks at it, is there anything odd? Is there anything, like, she's looking at its eyes, she's looking at its, feathers, she's looking at anything that would potentially give anything away about this thing?
I think you can tell the urgency with which it speaks to you and is looking at you and is trying to communicate with you. This is not a regular bird. It's very human in the way its eyes are piercing into you.
Can you nod or shake your head?
It kind of like does the kind of very parroty like its head's, and it kind of like flutters. I don't think it doesn't really have that range of movement in this body.
It's like bobbing.
But Rodella, you are a couple of minutes away from the house.
I think she starts slowly moving back.
What are you doing? What are you doing?
And I think she starts taking the bird back to the house, where she knows she has the bag of cursed shit.
Mm-hmm.
And she knows that the rest of the mirror is there. And I think as she's walking, she's just kind of gently petting this parrot.
Kind of walks a step behind you the entire way, never kind of lowering their pistol.
Yeah, Rodella doesn't ask him to lower it. But she's being very, very careful with her movements and very
I'm sorry,
Yeah,
she's trying to steal my crackers. I'm so sorry.
But yeah, I think as she's walking, she's just kind of like being very soothing with this bird.
Yeah.
And does this bird like stay?
Mm-hmm.
Doesn't go anywhere. Okay. So
it just continues to kind of like press, as you kind of like stroke the back of its head, it presses like its neck and its head into your hand.
Okay. I think if this bird like stays with her, she gets back to the house and she turns to Tennant and just kind of directs him like, go grab the bag.
I'm not leaving you.
It's all right. I can take care of myself.
Fuck. Dips, runs off in his little crop top.
I forgot he was wearing a crop top.
You hear him kind of run into the kitchen, and you hear the kind of like clatter as he empties out the bag of cursed shit onto the kitchen table.
Rodella winces a little bit.
Yeah, and I think at the noise, the parrot kind of like fluffs up and kind of like spooks kind of like raises off your hand a little bit as it flaps in the air a few times.
Rodella just kind of like lets her hand kind of hover wherever the bird is so that it can really easily find its grasp again.
It seems much twitchier inside your house than it was outside. It seems very nervous.
I know you can disappear whenever you want to.
Kind of waggles its tail feathers.
It's alright, just wait a moment.
If I'm still in the house, do I hear the
Mhm.
clatter?
Yeah.
Can I, like, poke my head out of Tennant's room and go, hello? Please let someone, not a ghost, be home. Hello?
It's just us, Rose. Shh.
Okay. I think, like, out of sight, gets shushed and goes, and then we'll, like, poke a head around and go, hello, oh. Hi.
The amount of times that Rodella has shh people today.
You see Tennant kind of like standing with this empty sack, and the parrot has kind of like flapped from Rodella's hand. You see Tennant with his pistol, and the parrot is now perched on one of his horns, and he's like holding the, like, just looking like absolutely outraged at the audacity of this bird.
Yeah, I think Rodella quickly moves and, you know, grabs the mirror off of the table.
Mm-hmm.
And I think she turns to look at the bird. It's gonna be some weird imagery with that bird on Tennant's horn.
I think you kind of like, you set up the mirror, the bird immediately takes flight and starts circling the room until you kind of like get it into the position that you need it to.
Yeah. So then I'm gonna wait for the bird to settle down and we'll look in that mirror.
The bird, the parrot, lands on the back of one of your kitchen chairs. And you see a man in this kind of like ripped shirt and clothing that looks soaked through to the skin. And their hair is plastered to their face, again with this like wet, almost like dripping rivulets of water down their face. And you see the face of your ex-husband, Henry Harzipper, looking at you in the mirror. And the parrot goes, Rodella. And that is where we are going to end our session. We'll see you next time for the next episode of Crow Lane. And until then, caw-caw!